Again, very good morning to the respected our resource person, Sunil Bihari Mohanty sir, respected faculty members, respected participants. This is the third day, but this particular session is the second session with regards to the same topic, paper or article writing with regards to employability. And already yesterday we had a session and lots of discussion have started. Today we are going to continue and I already requested all the participants to come up with more of the queries, because paper writing and the articles, I think, and everyone will agree, the art of paper writing and the skills are not a one day a cup of tea to learn all these details. But at this juncture, whatever fundamental we have, we can come up with some of the questions so that we can clear our all the doubts in presence of our respected Mohanty sir. So we will continue the session. At the same time, you are requested to come up with active participation for the discussion. Thank you, and I hand over the session now to Mohanty sir. Good morning, sir, and please, sir.
Yes, good morning. Yesterday we had given a task that to convert into APA style, MLA style, Chicago style, JIR style. Has anyone done it?
Yes, sir. I have forwarded immediately in front of you. At the same time, after that, also in the WhatsApp group. Now, this is to the participants. Anyone from the participant who have done the task given by sir, please, you can, unmute and come up with the your tasks. That was just conversion of the reference style writing in the 4 different criteria. Kajal, did you try?
No, if they have forgotten, let them do it now.
Okay. If you have not done yesterday, we can continue today. So participants,
let them do it now, and then let one of them tell. APA, then another will tell MLA, then third one will say Chicago, then fourth one JIA.
Yes, sir. At the same time, that comparative matrix file given by sir have been shared in the WhatsApp group also. So you can take help of that and complete the tasks. Right now, please. It's a small conversion. Was it not? Anyone who want to interact, if not able to unmute yourself, please raise your hand so that unmute can be done from the hosting site. Who want to interact and are not able to unmute from your side, just raise your hand and we will unmute. I have sent you again in the chat box regarding the task. The task is please convert following study in 4 style: APA, MLA, Chicago, and the JAIAER. The given statement or reference style is Mitai, comma, Rohan, space N capital, dot 2021, no punctuation, a study of B.Ed program, full stop, University Journal, comma, 15, 20, 143-147 November. This particular style have to be converted into APA, MLA, Chicago, JAIAER. To take help, already in the WhatsApp group, the comparative matrix file is provided. Please do it now. Sir is waiting for your response. Monty sir,
Hanji.
In the chat box, 2 responses already came. Either you can see in the chat box or should I read it out?
You read out for everybody.
Okay. 3 conversion already came. The first one is from Saini Vasis madam, and she has converted it into APA style, 1 style. So in this, Mitai, comma, R full stop, N full stop, or should I paste in the Word file?
Very good.
So that everyone can see this one. Okay, many conversion are coming, sir. I am sharing you.
Make it larger.
I think people can see it now.
Yes, very good.
This is the first one. So I'm transporting.
Now, can anyone say what is the error in this one?
Sir, I think that error is about the name of the channel, that should be italics. But in Zoom, sir, we are not able to do that particular thing in italics. So that is the Zoom thing.
Correct. So Mitai, then how is the name written? Is it written correctly? Hello, name of the author.
It should be Mitai, comma, R dot N dot.
R dot N dot. So Rohan should not be mentioned. It should be only R dot. Name in a short name. So surname first, followed by initials. Okay. Then MLA. Mitai Rohan N. A study of B.Ed programs. Any comment? Very good.
I think who have responded, like Neha ma'am is already on the line, Saini madam.
And all right. So let us leave it like that. Let us go to the PowerPoint.
Okay, and the Dr. Sanjay.
Yeah.
Also there, sir, who have responded into APA style. I mean, if they wish, they can directly come into interaction.
Anyhow, now they know what they have to do. Forget it. Now go to the PowerPoint.
Okay, sir.
Let them close this chapter.
PowerPoint.
PowerPoint. Good. Go down where we are left yesterday.
We were at this. We were at this, sir.
So this is section in an article. If you are writing a paper, so most scholarly articles are following sections. In the beginning, there will be an introduction. So whenever you are writing a paper, there will be an introduction. This introduction is generally covering the whole paper. So introduction is not summary, but it gives idea about what is there in the paper. So it is the main, it is the theme of the paper that will be there in the introduction. Then review of literature. When you are going to study a particular type of topic, so once you decide the topic, so you tell about the various types of studies which have been there and what are there. Then objective of the study. Then hypothesis is just like a PhD research. You have all these things, objectives, hypothesis, limitations, the limitations of the study, that is methods followed in conducting the study, tools used, then data, then analyzing the data, then discussion, then comes conclusion, then comes references. Yesterday we had discussed about these references. We had seen the next one.
Sir, this is the next slide.
Yes, correct. Go on. So preparing manuscript for a specific journal, deciding the journal to which the manuscript is to be sent and going through its guidelines for authors for preparing manuscripts. Some journals refer to a particular style suggested by American Psychological Association. They will not say what is the style, but they will say follow APA style or follow University of Chicago style, follow Modern Language Association style, etc. So rearranging material developed in systematic manner as required by the journal. Making in-text citations and simultaneously developing a reference list as per style prescribed for the journal. Preparing tables, some journals require tables, etc. to be given at the end the text to mention, insert table one here. Okay. Now go to the, what we say, air.org, our association site. Open, very good. Then journal, see, there will be one APA style or something like that. Is there any? No. Our, please go down, see. Go to our journal. Journal of AAR, click it.
Sir, this is the journal page. Which one you are?
Correct. So this is the one. So this is like you have to open a journal. Suppose you want to send a paper to this journal. So you have to open the website of that particular journal. The moment you open, you will find in the website there will be some mentions. Go down. That is focus and scope of the journal. Then section policies. Go down. No need to read detail. Research notes can be there, book reviews can be there, publication frequency is mentioned, peer review process is mentioned. So publication ethics statement, open access policy. Then there is one manuscript submission guidelines. See somewhere. Go back. Go back. No, not in this one. There will be another file. Manuscript submission guidelines. Journal of AAR open. There you will find manuscript submission guidelines.
Sir, it may be in the same page now. Journal.
See whether they are same page or not. Otherwise, go back, see whether list of journals is there or not.
Here, sir. Authors should follow the manuscript submission guidelines of this journal. An URL is available here, sir, to see that.
Open, click whether it is opening or not.
Sir, it has opened, but the same page. It is not updated again.
Not is another one. So go back, see manuscript submission guidelines will be there inside.
Sir, this is the manuscript submission guideline link.
This one?
Yes, sir. This the link given here.
A link has been wrongly placed. Okay.
This is the authors should follow the manuscript submission guideline of this journal available. A link is given there which is not updated yet.
Okay, very good. Go back. There will be other journals.
In the same page or in other part of the
page you see. Go to the main one, association site.
Yes.
Then see down below. See, from here you see guidelines for authors. Click on that one. So you can enlarge it, read it. So this is the guideline for authors. So in case of this journal, this is the guideline. So you can see this. Read it.
Leave it.
Go on reading.
Which link, sir?
Hey, that one, this one, same one. Start reading from the beginning.
In the guideline page.
Yes, read it. Journal of All India Association. Go on reading.
Journal of All India Association for Educational Research is a peer-reviewed journal. For anonymity in the reviewing process, paper title, names of the authors, and the address for correspondence should be placed on a separate sheet. The first page of the manuscript should also include the title. Each manuscript must accompany the undertaking of the authors that the said manuscript has neither been sent to any other journal or to any other publisher. The manuscript should be sent by email to aiaer1987@gmail.com and a copy to the associate editor, that is BN Panda, and the joint editor here is myself. An abstract of not more than 150 words should accompany each manuscript. New paragraphs should be indicated by clear indentation. Quoted pages longer than 3 lines should be indented throughout. There should not be endnotes and the footnotes. Single foreign words and the phrases should be italicized. All the pages should be numbered. Tables and the figures should be avoided. If included, must not be included as part of the text. These have to be provided in separate sheets, and the approximate position of the tables and the figure must be indicated in the manuscript. Tables should be numbered by Roman numerals, and the figures by Arabic numerals. A manuscript should run between 20 to 50 pages in 12-point type, should not normally exceed 6,000 words. Bibliographical references should be arranged alphabetically and should be given at the end of the text in the following format. For the format of the book given is, as an example, Das, capital M dot in the bracket year 1999.
Here there is no full stop. In APA style there is a full stop.
But in JAIAER there is no punctuation after the year.
Then continue.
Then Sri Aurobindo on education. This is italicized. Full stop. National Council for Teacher Education, New Delhi.
So this is the publisher, then followed by the place of publication.
This is for the book reference.
So in APA style, it is the other one. First place of publication, then followed by publisher. Whereas in our style, JER style, it is the other one, that is first publisher, then followed by place of publication. Okay, go down.
Book with 2 or 3 authors. Joshi, K, full stop, and dot, Y, full stop. Again, year 1974. Exploration in Education, italicized, full stop. Sri Aurobindo Society, Pondicherry, full stop. This is for the book with 2 authors. Here, sir, you can explain this part.
This is all right, no problem. Then book with more than 3 authors.
Sir, can you? I mean, I'm on behalf of all the participants. Is it necessary, say, on entire global format is mostly following APA style? So why JAIAER, with what objective a different style has been created?
You have seen that not every majority of the journals may be following APA. In the same country, USA, University of Chicago has another style. So there are many journals also which follow Chicago style.
IIM Ahmedabad also came up with their own style.
Correct. So similarly, there will be many journals, they have their own style. UNESCO brings out some journals. They do not follow APA style. They have their own style. So you can open prospects, PROSPECTS. It is a journal of the UNESCO.
Is there any quality aspect
They know quality aspect. It's like, color of the dress that people use.
Okay. Thank
So
you, sir.
you use a t-shirt, somebody used a full shirt, somebody used a kurta. So there is the whimsical decision.
Okay. So I ask this question on behalf of all the participants. I
So there is
hope.
no difference, there is no question of quality.
Uh,
That
so,
particular style, they say we want the journal to have this thing so that the journal can be identified that this is a journal which is following a PS style. American Psychological Association. Similarly, this Modern Language Association, that is also American. So they have their own style.
sir, when we okay, sir, should we continue, sir?
Yes, you can continue. 1, 2, 3. Continue. Book
So,
with more than 3 authors.
more than 3 authors. Book with more than 3 authors. One example here is Bransford, comma, J full stop, D full stop, comma, et al, full stop.
Means and others.
Then here under the bracket, how people learn, इसमें semicolon दिया है sir, colon. How people learn, this is part of the topic.
Okay.
How people learn, semicolon, brain, comma, mind, comma, experience, and the school. Under the bracket, expanded edition.
Correct.
Comma, National Academic Press, comma, New York, full stop.
Correct. Next one, commission report.
Commission report, Dellers, comma, J, Deller Commission, Dellers, comma, J full stop, bracket, in year is 1996. Under the bracket, again, chairman. And the title is Report of the International Commission on the Education for the 21st Century, full stop, UNESCO, comma, Paris, full stop.
Next one.
Sir, here, that I mean, chairman is bracketed separately.
Separately.
Is there similar? How does it different from the APA in case of such report?
You can go to APA and see how they are mentioning. All these things will be in small letters.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes,
and then UNESCO Paris will be there in the beginning, then followed by UNESCO.
okay.
Then edited book.
Next one is edited book. Balasubramaniam, comma, P full stop, S full stop in capitals, and Punitha Kumar, comma, V full stop, E full stop. इसमें ब्रैकेट में है EDS. Editors. Okay. Then next bracketed year is 2003. There is no punctuation between these two bracket. Title is Teacher Education in India. Des Praxis Reader, full stop, St. Christopher College of Education, comma, Chennai, and the AIAER, comma, Bhubaneswar.
Correct. Next one. The chapter in an edited book.
A chapter in an edited book. Mohanty, comma, S full stop, B full stop, in the bracket 2012, Indian Culture and Learning, full stop. It is not italicized here. In Jarvis, comma, P full stop, and the words, comma, M full stop, editors, comma, the Rutledge International Handbook of Learning, comma, 526 to 533, full stop, Rutledge, Abingdon.
Comma, Abingdon is the name of the place. Rutledge is the publisher.
Sir, here Indian Culture and Learning, it is not italicized like
correct. So title of the chapter is not italicized. Title of the book is italicized.
Okay.
Title of the main book is italicized, but the chapter title is not italicized. It is in plain text.
Okay.
Whenever edited version, so the chapter is not italicized in any style. That
So,
book has to be given prominence. In which book?
sir, again, on behalf of all the participants, while selecting a paper by you to publish in your journal, in the association journal, or like in any other journal, these reference styles will be a strict criteria to select the paper.
Correct. The paper, the journal will say that if the style has not been followed, then immediately they will send a mail to you that please follow our style, retype and resend.
Okay. So
a mail will come to you from the editor that this has not been typed properly. Please retype and resend.
Okay, sir. Thank you,
They
sir.
are not going to do these things. One or two mistakes they can correct. But there will be so much style difference, then they won't be able to correct and they cannot spend time on that.
Your rejection rate is very high, sir.
Why? Not our rejection rate is not very high. See, when professors also write, I will send you, today I can send you a paper written by a professor. So the professors, what happens, they also don't have time to read it. So there will be many references which are incomplete. So
okay, sir.
Unless they complete it, how can you print them? But in many journals, they don't bother. They just print it like that. Incomplete references.
Sir, after the session, please provide us, I mean, to all the participants, I will share a rejected paper which you have evaluated and a selected paper which you have evaluated after deleting the name of the authors.
Correct. That can be done, no problem.
Thank you, sir. Now, may I continue, sir?
No, it's all right. Now they know it. So they can go to any journal. Now they know how the journal website, they can go to the journal website if they want to send to a particular journal. So they have to go to that website, see the reference styles mentioned in the journal. So some journal without mentioning like this, they may say that you just open our site, APA style, and then follow the APA style. And some other journal will give these specific guidelines. Now, in our website, there is a list of journals. You see whether it is there. Go back to list of journals.
Article index is here.
No, list of journals. Resources, see, under resources. Archives.
List of print publication of AER. Which one?
A few useful journals on education. Click it.
Okay, a few useful journal on education.
Click it. Go to prospects. That is UNESCO journal. So in this list, the journals which have been, italicized and underlined, they are open access journals. You can open them. Okay, go down to prospects, PROSPECTS.
In the P series, sir.
Go down alphabetically, they are arranged, na?
Yeah, sir.
Prospects. PRO.
Yeah,
got it. So click this, copy that one and paste it on the browser. See whether it is opening. That web address.
Sir, this is PDF. I am not able to. I
You
have to type it.
copy it ना?
No, copy नहीं होगा सर.
कभी नहीं होता है.
PDF फाइल है सर ये.
अच्छा वो PDF में नहीं होगा कॉपी.
I can type it freshly.
You type in Google prospects. This thing you copy and type in Google. अच्छा यहाँ से खुलेगा नहीं.
Meanwhile, my co-organizers can help me.
अच्छा.
Lots of pop-ups are there on my screen.
No, where is my screen? We have current problem here, so my desktop is I can't use it, so I have to use the same laptop. I had sent you one list of the journals. Hello.
Should I open it, sir, or not?
No need to do it. Now I had sent you by mail one list of journals. Forget it, close it. Go to your mailbox. I had sent a list of journals. You have forwarded them to everybody.
Not yet received, sir.
A list of open access journals.
Okay.
Correct. I had sent you one file.
Sir, in my Gmail or
Your Gmail.
not?
List of journals.
Right now, did you send, sir?
No, earlier.
Earlier? Okay.
You might have forwarded to them.
List of
Your list of journals.
List of journal of AIR?
No. Day before yesterday or yesterday I sent you, na? All those files which you have forwarded, ask them, they will tell you.
No, sir. Bibliography.
Here a few open access journals is there.
Yes, sir.
Open that.
This one.
Take any journal and then paste it.
ये हो जाएगा. This one will work, sir.
Then you are saying not sent, not sent. Take the first one. Is a journal of scholarship and practice. Have you forwarded that to them?
Yeah, I think, sir, all the files I have forwarded actually.
So let them also try what is there.
That's why I have been asking.
Uh,
So this is the page of AASA.
Correct. See there, manuscript submission guidelines. Author guidelines is there here. Author guidelines. Written here. Author guidelines are there. We just open that.
Sir, under school administrator.
Under school administrator.
Where you clicked right now. I think you clicked on home, I guess, if I'm right. अभी जहां आपने क्लिक किया था
यहाँ पे
नहीं सर, इससे पहले जहां क्लिक किया था about AASA. Go to home then.
Publication and media. This
Yes,
one.
sir. इसमें देखिए under school administrator, 5th option, very first column. Very first column.
Author's guideline, yes.
Yes.
Yes, sir. This is the page.
So you click anyone. What do we look for in a manuscript?
Click on the link below to learn more about our editorial process, about the magazine, what we look for the manuscript.
What we look for, you type, click that one. Then read them.
We select articles on the basis of their relevancy to our readers, quality of information, originality, readability, timeliness, and the freshness of the viewpoint.
Okay, so now you go back, leave that. So they will see themselves.
Okay.
Leave it. Then go to another journal. Go down.
That B1?
No. See another journal, you have to click now, that will open. See, Canadian Journal of Higher Education. For authors, click for authors. Okay, go down. Submission preparation checklist. Go down, see where they have written manuscript reference style.
As APA 7th edition.
Correct. So instead of mentioning their references, they are mentioning APA 7th edition. Then go back. So you can read it out. So they will know how the papers are asking.
Submission preparation checklist in this Canadian Journal of Higher Education. The first point given is the manuscript adheres to the stylistic and the citation requirement of the journal APS 7th edition.
Click that one on that link.
Please note articles which do not adhere to the guidelines will
click that one, that HTTPS upper
AP,
T dot, click on that link whether it is opening or not.
this APA 7 edition link.
Hmm.
So this is not hyperlink. I can patch it into the new fresh.
Again, okay.
This is yes.
APA.
Yeah.
Down.
It is okay.
Go down. See what is mentioned.
Details for details they are given here. Get the edition publication manual or concise guide for access to much more about AP. So everything is not given here, sir. It is given every time.
Very
Subscribe.
good. Okay.
One need to subscribe.
So anyhow, so now this is given there. Okay. Now go back, go to another journal. Go down. European Journal, see, of Education Studies. Go to see author guidelines, manuscript submission guidelines.
Yes, sir. Author guideline is there.
Read it.
And manuscript submission is also there. This is author's guideline.
Okay, go to the front. Open current. Current. Open that journal. Go down, go open one article.
One of the article, first article, sir.
PDF. Correct. Open. Full text. Open. Full text PDF. Correct. Go down to the references. Okay. Now leave it. See whether they have followed APA style.
Yes, sir.
Yes, very good. They have followed APA style and they have mentioned. So this is this journal. Now you can see the journal. You can see. Just give them some idea. Now they have got the idea about the journal, about the references and the styles. So now let us go back to the PowerPoint. Our presentation.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now close this. So preparing manuscript for a specific journal. So this exercise is now over. So we have developed some idea about how to prepare manuscript for a specific journal. Clear? So the journal will not accept any manuscript if it is not prepared according to its own style. So you have to follow, see what is the style wanted by the journal. And if you are serious, you can send it more to the foreign journals. It is more likely that it will be published there than in Indian journals. They may take time. Whereas foreign journals, there are huge number of foreign journals and they need papers. So you can write a paper and you can send them. So you are deciding the journal to which the manuscript is to be sent and going through its guidelines for authors to preparing manuscripts. Some journals, so preparing tables, etc. Next one. Next slide. Language editing. Consistency in version of English language, UK or USA, everywhere. Consistency in tense usage. If you are using past, then use continuously past. It was found out or it is found out. So ensuring grammatically correct writing, punctuation, etc. Ensuring brevity in language use. Rechecking grammar. Nowadays, computer does this thing. Editing is there in computer. Computer can do for you. And some things this computer also doesn't do. So what you can do, open your own Gmail account or any email account. So copy and paste materials, paragraph wise in the email as if you are sending to somebody. Then they will point out actually some punctuation errors or grammatical errors, even they can also point out. That is email. While you are writing mails, when you are typing something, they are pointing out the errors. So similarly, even after doing editing in computer has a editing version. So after doing this editing also, you can use them in your mail and then see whether still there are some errors which can be corrected. Then go down. Copy editing, checking correctness of author spelling in the text and in the reference list. This generally happens. So Rohan, sometimes Rohan will be M-E-M-E-T-I. So sometimes in the text M-I-T-E-I. So you will have to cross check what is whether you have typed correctly or not. Rearranging references as prescribed for the journal. Rearranging in-text citations. That is how you are citing inside the text. Then ensuring appropriate font size. Ensuring appropriate page setup, margins, left, right, top, etc. Checking word count, number of words. Okay, go next one. Getting manuscript reviewed by friends and experts. Before sending it to a journal, what you do, you remove your name and give it to a friend to go through it and give comments. So you will find sometimes your peers are pointing out the mistakes. Okay, but if you have your name written, then they may not freely point out the mistake. So in order to make them freely point out your mistakes, you remove your name, say that this is an article written by somebody or manuscript submitted by somebody. So please go through it and find out the errors if any. Sometimes your colleagues may be suggesting something as an error, which may not be an error according to you. So you are the person to judge because that colleague might be wrong in his idea or her idea. So you have to take your decision. But you can get some feedback from them for your own personal use. Final proofreading of the printout and carrying out corrections if necessary. Before sending the journal, you should always take a printout and go through it minutely, because while doing the correction, there might be some errors. Even if you do this editing in the computer, so while doing the editing, then it will come out with so many alternate words. So by chance, if you are clicking, so some wrong word will be there, entered there. So for this thing, you have to always take a printout and read it. And then only after you are satisfied that it has been correctly typed out, then you send them. Okay, next. Presenting the manuscript as a paper in conference and seminar helps. Okay, next.
Next page, sir.
Next. So this is same thing, mentioning titles, name of the author and address for correspondence on a separate file. Every author expected to have an email ID. So, and also if there is a telephone of the editor, you have to inform them of what telephone that you have sent it by email. Then if they want some number of copies of the manuscript, 3 copies or 2 copies, then you have to send them by post. Correct. Next. So all the authors of the manuscript should sign on that particular manuscript that it is there, because sometimes this happens. So co-author may not be knowing. Correct. So for that reason, you should see all the authors should sign these things. Then if those paper or the journal wants that there should be reply envelope attached to it for sending the reply, they should also attach the reply envelope. There are instances of journal editors making mistakes, and the author should have an exact copy of the material being sent to the editor. So one copy should be there, because during the editing process also sometimes errors are there and corrections are there. For example, I'll give you an example. A few, I think last year or something, I sent a paper to the University News. So National Policy on Education, in which year it was published? Which year National Policy was published?
2020.
Huh? Latest National Policy on Education, which year it was published?
2021.
21.
Yeah.
21 or 20?
20, sir. It's
20. Rohitji, Rohanji, correct. It is 20, correct. So in 20, what is the name of the department? The department which published that policy document, what is the title of that, name of that department? Of the government of India. Which department published it?
sir, it is, I think, one person from ISRO.
It's all right, but what is the name of the department?
Okay.
Central government's Department of Education. What is its name now?
Ministry of Education.
Ministry of Education. So what is the name of the ministry at that time?
MHRD.
MHRD.
Correct. So the author had written MHRD 2020. National Policy on Education. So editor thought that the author by mistake has written MHRD. So while printing that paper, she converted all MHRDs into Ministry of Education.
Right, sir. Right.
So it was printed like that. Then the author, because the script was there, then the author sent a mail to the editor that editor sir, I had mentioned MHRD 2020. Why did you change it to MOE 2020? It was not MOE at that time. It was MHRD at that time. And the print volume, whatever is available, it is MHRD written, not Ministry of Education. Now, sorry, sir, I made a mistake. But anyhow, it was printed like that. So similarly, editors make mistakes. Long back, I had been to UK. I had gone to a single teacher school. Single teacher school. In India, we have single teacher primary schools, right? So
Yes, sir.
5 classes, there will be 1 teacher. Similarly, in UK, there are 7 classes and there was 1 teacher at that time. In 1979, when I visited to a single teacher school, there are 7 classes and only 1 teacher. 7 classes with 16 students. There are total 16 students in the school. Because for every village, villages were secluded, not like our large size villages, small helmets. So that's a particular village, Scorling, the name of the village is Scorling. So it had a small population. So there are only 16 students of 7 classes. And it was from class 1 to class 7. So teacher was managing sitting in one hall was there, they're sitting. So the editor, I sent it to one Hindu newspaper which has been published from Chennai at that time. They had one education page every Tuesday. While printing it, he said when the author was a teacher in that school, something like that. Then I sent a letter to the editor, sir, I saw when during my visit I saw this. How did you convert? So sometimes these editors also make these mistakes. So you have to have a copy of your paper with them, and once it gets printed, then you have to point out that, see, this is the error is committed in your editorial process. Sometimes printing errors may be there. So instead of 1992, there may be printed 1990. So like this. So you can point out, and they can bring out one errata. That is the error in the previously printed manuscript. And so like this. So it is always better to have a copy of the manuscript with you readily, exact copy, print out. And then after get printed, you have to verify whether it is printed properly. And if there are certain factual errors, then you can communicate. Otherwise, people will tell you now that you have written these things. Okay. So need not be disheartened in case the manuscript is not accepted by any journal. See, in our journal, we reject manuscripts. It get them printed in government journals. That is University News. There are so many articles which have been not accepted by us, printed in University News in the same form, not by making correction. Then sometimes the authors say, they telephone us, they are our association member. Sorry, sir, our interview was nearby. So we wanted to get it printed somewhere. And we didn't have time to modify. For example, there are two readers from a university. They were going for professor post. So sent a paper about women education in India. They gave many tables from UGC document, but nowhere they mentioned the page numbers of those documents or the year of publication, etc. From UGC document, we found this, which document, which year, etc. Then I sent them a mail saying that please mention this. You have got this, everything, but mention the year of publication, document title, and page numbers near every table. Below every table that you have got the data from this particular page or this particular document. But they didn't have time to do that. They got them printed in University News. Same form. So this happens. So similarly, so a paper may be rejected by one journal, then another journal may accept it. Sometimes each journal has a specific issue for a particular theme. Your paper may not pertain to that particular theme, does not belong to that particular theme. So the journal says, no, we cannot accept now. So you send it to some other journal. And editorial errors, there may be some whims, maybe they are, no, we will not have this type of paper. So like this. So you do not get disheartened that paper was not accepted. So we go on trying. Then sometimes common errors, reference mentioned in the text does not appear in the reference list at the end of the article. So the inside you have written Matthew 2009, but in the references there is no mention of Matthew. So this you have to cross check. You have to make a table saying that page number so and so, this title, and you see whether it is there on the references or not. So make a table. So table means page number, the page number of the text, then the whatever the author or whatever study names are cited, then you see whether in the reference those things are there or not. Reference in the text, let us say Hussein 1997, whereas the reference list at the end gives Hussein 1987. 97, 87, year difference. Spelling of the surname mentioned in the text does not match with the spelling of the surname in the reference list. Rohan, sometimes Rohan, R-O-H-A-N, sometimes R-O-H-E-N. Which is correct, Rohan?
E-N.
Which is correct?
E-N.
E-N. But sometimes Rohan, people say R-O-H-A-N because nobody knows what is this Rohan. So spelling mistake in the name of the place of publication, mistake in the name of the publisher. Then go down next one. Year of publication finished. Giving footnotes. Some journals, journals like historical journals, history. So there they do not mention, or autobiographical journals telling about how you are writing something about Vivekananda and you are mentioning about a particular volume. So many times that volume will appear, na? So in reference it is used, it is unnecessarily will be a long one. So in thus, when you are writing about individuals, when you are writing about, suppose you are writing about Bhagavad Gita, or you are writing about Quran, you are writing about Bible, a particular issue of the Bible. So many times it will be repeated. So for this reason, in those types of articles, we use footnotes. And there are journals also which use footnotes. They do not use references. 1, 2, 3, 4 like that, or page notes, so like that. So you find out whether the journal is using that or not, then accordingly. Spelling errors in the text. Spell check in computer does not take care of all errors. This you have to remember. Grammatical errors in the text, inconsistent in tense, inconsistent in presentation, missing words, sentences at the time of correction. So like this. Okay. Then next. Oh, using EBID. EBID means what? Any idea? So I write giving no notes 1, 2, 3, 4 like these numbers. So when same thing, same material again is being repeated. So instead of saying, you say Mitei, EBID, then page number so and so. Or then you number 3, you say 2 opposite. That is earlier cited. So etc. like this. Then language it is manuscript indicates one author, whereas the letter title page mentions more than one author. No signature of each author, etc. Incomplete address, name and address. Let's go down. We have to close now. Time over. Go down quickly. Ronji.
Yes, sir.
Next one. Writing an abstract. Right, abstract is the summary written within specified number of words which vary from one journal to another. In case of most of the journals, it is a paragraph. However, a few give it under headings. So always follow these things. Have any abstract, whatever you are writing of your paper, generally you should mention the purpose of the paper, then design and methodology and approach, then findings. Go down. So this is one example of an abstract. It is there, this has been sent to you. I am not going. Yes, go down. Next one. Manuscripts are initially reviewed in respect of the requirements specified in the journal, number of words in an abstract, total number of words in the manuscript, the font size, etc. After the preliminary review, the manuscript is sent to reviewers enclosing a format for review. Please go down. Next one. So these are the ratings. You can say the reviewer, they say this. The manuscript has provided new information, interpretation of a significant problem or issue. It has a clearly stated thesis or hypothesis. It has used appropriate research method. It has cited the relevant literature. It has been logically organized. It has been written well. It has used data and or analysis to make a compelling argument. Please go down. Next one. So like this reviewer comments, this is a review format. So reviewer may say may be published without any modification, may be accepted with modification to be carried out by the editor. So it may be rejected if ASC regimes. Then if author may revise and resubmit, following suggestions are given for the author. Please go down. How can we efficiently write theoretical and conceptual framework? Very good. Thank you. Finished. Now there are questions. Your time is over. Next session. Rohanji,
Haji, yes sir.
program over. Then any
बताइए
questions है?
question.
Sir, we can take questions. We can take questions.
How can we efficiently write theoretical and conceptual framework?
Very good. First thing is you have to, conceptualize whatever we discussed a lot yesterday. That you are writing a conceptually paper on, suppose you are writing theories of education, or you are writing student discipline or student in discipline, or you can write on spirituality in education. So you are writing a conceptual paper in spirituality in education. The first problem will be for you, first task, that whatever ideas you have, you just note them down and then try to separate them. That this is conceptualized, list them, that what are the ideas that you have already in your mind. So after you have listed them, try to systematize them, that they are sequential, placed one after another, one idea leading to the other idea. So arrange in a particular sequence. Then you go through review of related literature. Type, nowadays it is very convenient. You type in Google that particular concept. That heading, whatever you give to each heading concept, then one heading, short title, then type it in Google. It will give you a list of papers, documents, books, etc., which are related to that one. Then from each thing you can get some idea and then insert that in your conceptual paper. So this is the way you can write a conceptual paper. Okay. Then next.
All forum is open for any type of questions. Please come up, all the participants. But regarding the JIAER, it was listed in the UGC list, and the UGC care uploading is still going on, and automatically JIAER journal will come up in the UGC care list. Whether it has come or not, I have to check for a while. Mohanty sir, what is the status? Earlier it was listed in the UGC list.
Earlier it was there in UGC list. Now we have they have uploaded it for care. When they have the meeting, then it will be updated.
Yes, sir. It is in the process. So, AIR journal will be there in the UGC care. They have lots of recommendation from many universities are there. AIR do not apply to take care of it, but university by itself, many universities have recommended from their own site of this journal. So while writing, sir, on behalf of others, meanwhile, please all the participants get ready with your questions, at least few important questions. Meanwhile, in India, just like yesterday, you have already mentioned, Scopus publication and the paper publication, which are listed in the UGC care. That is for our own paper publication, which is very important for getting job or in higher education, especially. But while writing our own manuscripts, considering all the open access journals, good quality journals are also important. That's why any journals in the world, good journals in the world, whether they are listed in UGC care or not, whether they are in this Scopus or not, they can be considered for our own citations, referential work. So two part, one is taking reference, one is for our own publication. Sir, your guidance here, sir.
See, publishing any paper, this is a very easy thing, nothing to worry. You can get the paper published. There are hundreds of journals. So some journals publish paper on payment basis. So you pay them money and you write something, they will publish. Some journals do not take payment. they say we don't take payment for printing, but we will take money for editing.
Yes, sir.
Foreign journals, listen, foreign journals are also doing like that. So they will be taking money from you once you submit the paper. They will say for editing purpose, will require some funds, so you have to pay this much of amount. But there are many foreign journals which do not charge anything, so they provide freely opportunity to you to get your papers printed in those journals. So you can always go for them. We do not charge anything. Now these journals are also published by various international organizations. So they are prestigious journals. For example, that Prospects, PROS, PECTS. It is brought out by the UNESCO, United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization. So it is an education journal. You can try for that. And but press that sometimes they, forecast beforehand. They will say that this is the next theme of our journal will be related to this topic. So your paper should follow that one. So similarly, there are various journals which are available in the internet. I gave you in our journal, our association website, there is a list of the journals. Rohan saw that, list of the journals. You can go to that. Otherwise, in Google also you can type list of the journals in education. Immediately a list will come. Google does everything for us.
Sir, we have next session. I request all the participants. I think sir will permit if anyone have any doubt later. Participants can write us their doubts or any queries to the organizer of the program or directly to the Monty sir, whichever is you feel comfortable for any query related to paper publication, article writing, this and that. And the sir will be helping us continuously, directly, indirectly, even here and after this also.
Rohan sir, there is one question in chat box.
One more.
Yes, sir.
One question I have taken up, this is, can we publish research paper in review journals at present time? Yeah. Ma'am, one question is there from Dr. Shweta Agarwal. Can we publish our research paper in peer review journals at present time?
Yes. But what is wrong?
Okay. I think Dr. Shweta, ma'am.
You see, peer reviewed journal means what? Peer review means so if your paper is being reviewed by somebody, not only the editor, but there is some another person, one person or two persons, they are going through a paper and giving you comments. So you don't have to worry for that. You submit your paper and peer reviewed journals, some journals print that they are peer reviewed. Some journals do not print. That is good journal do not print on the cover page that this is a peer reviewed journal. So good journals they do not print. People know that they are peer reviewed journal. If you go inside, then the inside manuscript submission guidelines will be there and they will be writing that this is a peer reviewed journal and this is the peer review process. So it's all like this nice thing. So you send to any peer reviewed journal, no problem. Okay.
Okay.
If you have any doubt, you can send me a mail and I will reply. That's all.
Yes, sir. Yes.
gmail.com.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay. Neha, ma'am, may I close this session? Okay. So this is the second session of Monty sir on the title topic paper article writing. Yesterday we had one session, today we had one session. So both of these sessions were so informative and useful as feedback given by many participants in the chat box. And I hope in future we will again have a face-to-face program or online program whenever right kind of opportunities comes up. For now, on behalf of all the respected honorable members of the governing body of the university, on behalf of the organizing committee, our HOI, on behalf of all our faculty member, on behalf of all the participants and the IT teams from the university. Thank you so much, Sunil Mohanty sir. Thank you very much, and be healthy like this, all young men, though very senior, but still you are much more energetic than us. We are trying to learn those type of energies are bless us. And again, for this session, I again thank you to all the governing body member of the organizations, university or organizing member, participant. We are going to continue another session. For now, I thanks everyone. I think now it's the time to hand over the platform, the forum to our senior faculty member, Dr. Neha Gupta Madam. For the next session, I think there is a tea break, but we have taken a little more time on how we are going to manage. Please help Neha Gupta ma'am, and now I hand over the forum to you now. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Sunil, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Enlightening us with your very informative session. Thank you so much, sir. Dear participants, our next speaker have joined, so we'll take only break of 5 to 7 minutes. I would request all of you to come back right at 11:10. We'll resume our next session at 11:10. Kindly come back at 11:10. Thank you. So we are resuming our next session. Our resource person for the next session, Dr. Pooja Gupta ma'am has joined. Movin sir, kindly make ma'am as a co-host. So once again, I welcome you all to the third day of our workshop. After the very informative session by Sunil Bihari Mohanty sir, let's have more insights on employability and other related things related to employment sector. In this session, we have with us Dr. Pooja Gupta ma'am. To introduce her to the audience, I would like to request Ms. Soni to introduce ma'am to the audience. Over to you, Soni.
Thank you, ma'am. So the very first speaker for today's session is Dr. Pooja Gupta. Dr. Pooja Gupta ma'am is an assistant professor in Department of Education and Training in Gautam Buddha University, Greater Noida, wherein she teaches subjects like understanding discipline, assessment of learning, and learning and teaching. She worked in Army Institute of Education, Greater Noida, wherein she was an assistant professor in B.Ed. Ma'am worked as an associate professor in SOE, Noida International University, Greater Noida. Ma'am has also guided 2 PhD scholars and 2 MA dissertations. She was an assistant professor and teaching practice in charge at Noida Institute of Education and Technology. She worked as TGT Science in Kendi Vidyalaya, Birpur. Ma'am has written many research papers like Environmental Concern in Teaching, Innovation in Teacher Education, Creativity in Science Education, Role of Technology in Quality Education, and many more. Ma'am has been invited as a resource person in various renowned universities and colleges. Today, she is here amongst us to shed some light on the topic, seeking employment versus employment creator. Over to you, ma'am.
We welcome you to the workshop, ma'am.
Thank you, Soni. Thank you, Dr. Neha. Thank you so much for inviting me here.
Good morning, ma'am. Welcome, ma'am.
It is, thank you, Sushma ji. It is indeed a pleasure to be here to be the part of this faculty development program on enhancing employability among teachers, educators, research scholars, and students. And I must congratulate the Amity team and our whole organization team for organizing this FDP on such an apt topic. And before starting this FDP, I would like to, because this is a FDP, faculty development program, and here should be some interaction. We are having audience, we are having few students, I think.
Now we have students, research scholars, and teachers as audience.
So we would like to have some interaction with the audience.
Sure, ma'am.
about the topic, what they are thinking about this topic, what they are having any opinion about this topic. So I would request from the audience, 2 or 3 person can turn on your camera and just share your views, opinions. You can give your any input about this topic. Yes, anyone from the audience?
Ma'am, shall I?
Yes, Soni.
Yes, ma'am. As the topic says, seeking employment versus employment creator, it basically means how we can create employment opportunities for the youth. What all steps, what all activities we can do in the society so that we can create employment for the youth and for the future generation.
Very nice, Soni. You are in which course?
Ma'am, BLEd.
Oh, that's great. Yes, anyone?
Participants, kindly turn on your
You
camera.
can come on the board and you can turn on your camera. We want to see your pretty faces because it is FDP. It is not a one-way lecture session.
If you are not able to turn on, kindly write your names. We'll give you the permission. You
I
can
think
also
today
write
is
in
the
the
third
chat
day
box.
of your FDP and
Yes, ma'am. It's the third day of our workshop. Kindly write your reflections of last 2 days and one session of today's in the chat box.
Well, I think seeking
no,
and
no
creating.
response.
Yes, ma'am. Well, I think seeking and creating new opportunities in education, that must be the center of this discussion. Creating new areas in which we can work related to education, and how, I mean, what are the best ways of getting a job, seeking an employment in the area of education. That must be the center of this discussion, according to me.
Yes, thank you, Shainichi. I think there is no other response from the audience side. Now I start my PPT.
Sure, ma'am.
Is it visible?
Not yet, ma'am.
Just let me share.
Your screen is visible, ma'am.
Hmm. Yes. Yes, now it is visible.
Yes, ma'am. Perfectly.
Okay. So today's our topic is employment seeker versus employment creators. Right? And it is very much essential in today's time where there is a rapid shift from one system to other system, and there is a paradigm shift in education itself. So we need to define who are employment seekers, who are employment creators, and how can we create more jobs in the society, right? So before discussing about that, first we understand the meaning of these two terms. What is employment seeker? Employment seeker or the job seekers are those who are looking for employment, and they are generally hoping to work with companies or organizations where they can use their knowledge and expertise for their growth and development, right? And who is an employment creator? The person who is making new business, who is exploring more opportunities, where we can provide some other opportunities for others too. They are basically entrepreneurs who have a vision which can be actualized with the help of talented and passionate people. It gives the freedom to explore your area of interest as a business as well as independent, right? Now, which one should you be? I'm just sharing one facts with you. India produces around 37 million graduates every year. So it is a big number, but we are not having the job opportunities accordingly. And secondly, the industrial and technological era has led the automation of many tasks, which again reducing the number of jobs available. So it is very important to create jobs for yourself as well as for others. If you are a job seeker in your life, now it is the right time to change with the times. Even the government's new education policy 2020 has given a new lease of life to many. And they are encouraging to graduates on their thinking hats and find entrepreneurial solutions to long-standing problems. Now, we know that the NEP 2020 has completely revolutionized our education system. There is a 360-degree change in our education system. And in last 2 years, everyone has attended so many webinars and we are having a pile of certificates and in our cupboards or drives. And there are so many things, but today we will discuss only those aspects of NEP 2020 which are directly related to employability. Before that, I just want to discuss in current system, what are the problems we are facing in our education system? There are so many problems, there are so many challenges. Could you please tell me one or two challenges what you are facing regarding employability? What do you see? What do you observe in the present system? Yes, anyone from the audience, you can put in the chat box also, or you can say. All of you are, because some of our students, some are teacher educators, research scholars, we are facing many challenges, we are facing many problems in current education system. Why do you think that there is no jobs according to our education? What are the core problems? Yes, who is this? Because I am not able to see the screen. My PPT is open.
Ma'am, Sonia.
Yes, Sonia.
Ma'am, maybe because we are receiving the theoretical part, basically. Like what we are studying is the theory, and we are not able to apply that particular theory in our practical life. That is not fruitful to us, according to me.
Yes, why we are not able to apply this theoretical part into practical?
Because we are not getting that particular situation, that particular exposure.
Yes, the education is not according to that. We are not giving any hands-on experiential learning to our students, right? Yes,
And
Dr.
there is one
Shweta,
more statement in
Dr. Shweta has written there is a gap in demand and supply. It is true. The data is also sharing the same thing. So here the problem with the current education system. So here I'm considering there are so many challenges, but I'm considering in two groups. It is a twofold process. Firstly, the typical choices of the streams. Whether our students are taking the science, commerce, and humanities at senior secondary level. It means we are preparing our students for a very small genre of jobs, leading to overcrowding and cutthroat competition. When we as a school and as a parent push our children to make these choices on the basis of their results or mark sheets. So this is the one reason we are generating the students in a particular pool. Secondly, our curriculum. That is basically a theoretical book, is as Sonia told us. We are having the theoretical knowledge, but we are not able to apply in our daily life. Bookish, knowledge-based, and it gives the students hardly any job skills. So they are not prepared for the job market, because there is a gap between what we study in our school, college, and what we apply in the actual practice. What type of workforce we require? We require a workforce which is knowledgeable as well as having some skill set. So these two problems are coming with us, and the solution is providing by NEP 2020. We know that time is not static. Change is needing, change is happening, and the more change is on the way. NEP 2020 says about the education for employability. So as I told you, there are so many aspects in NEP 2020. It is a very comprehensive policy, but here we are discussing only the few things which are directly related to our employability. The first aspect is that it recommends multidisciplinary education. Multidisciplinary education, where we are talking about the integration of the both academic and vocational streams, and with a focus on skill building. Second, it talks about the competency-based education. We are preparing our Indian youth for the fourth industrial revolution. Fourth industrial revolution, where we are talking about the machine learning, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, big data. So these are coming technologies. And the third most important aspect, that is the industry academia connect. Every academician is saying there should be a connect between the industry and academia. So our youth, our students would be able to work in that scenario very comfortably. Next is the pedagogical restructuring, where the main focus would be on the literacy and numeracy at foundational and preparatory stage. We will provide the hands-on learning experience, experiential learning with mandatory testing at class 3rd, 5th, 6th to keep a track of learners' progress. So these are few recommendations of NEP 2020, which will help us to move towards this aim or goal. Dr. Biswajit Saha, Director Training and Skills, CBSE, advised the school management and principal to reach out to the local industries and businesses in neighborhood and forge linkages with them to give their learners a feel of present-day workplace. Because when the students will be able, my screen is visible?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
Actually, it is blanking. Right. He is saying that there should be a connect between the school and the neighborhood industries, our local industries. If you remember, the Mahatma Gandhi also emphasized on the work-based experiences. Right? Similarly, NEP 2020 also stress on the vocational education. It should begin as early as class 6 with 10 bagless days. Why these 10 bagless days are required? To give the exposure to the child for the present day workplace, where they can work with industry, where they can work with service sectors. Right? And why it is required? To see the great mismatch. As I earlier told you, there is a big mismatch. What our children study in their classroom and what they require, what the job market is requiring from them. To fulfill this gap, we require this vocational experience. That's why NEP 2020 recommends vocational education will be integrated into all schools, in all higher education institutions in a phased manner. And there is a thrust majorly on vocational and skill education of the students to prepare employable youth, for which we have to change our courses, our disciplines, streams, subjects. All reworking should be done on the basis of skill gap analysis and mapping of local opportunities. So here the two things are emphasized. First one is on skill, and the second one is what you have in your, what opportunities you have in your local environment. I think hopefully in the coming years, the silos of the sciences, humanities, and the commerce Yes. The World Economic Forum report, The Future of Job Skills, reveals that future is machine learning and artificial intelligence, and which require the critical and creative thinking for problem solving. And in future, we will have a flexible, multidisciplinary, competency-based curriculum of your choices, and which will be well integrated with all these ICTs and technology. Even our Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji also said, the new education policy announced by the government emphasizes on making job creators instead of job seekers. And it is an attempt to transform the intent and content of the country's education system. So here we are focusing on both intent and content. Now, because we are talking about the employability, and for employability, you need the knowledge as well as the skill set. Before that, we have to define what are 21st century skills. So fundamentally, we can divide these skills into three categories. The first is your learning skills, the skills which we use to process and communicate information. This includes creativity, critical thinking, ability, collaboration, and communication. And the second one is literacy skills. These skills are employed to develop savvy and informed researchers and thinkers. This includes information literacy, media literacy, technology literacy, all of which focus on your ability to evaluate and process new information, particularly the information which you found on online mode. Third one is life skills. The skills which is required to create a well-rounded individual that can thrive both in their personal and work lives. It includes adaptability, leadership, initiatives, efficiency, and social skills. So on the basis of these categories, we have identified few essential skills for any career or employment. And these soft skills are very important for employees today. The first one is your creativity. Creativity is a key for many industries and positions in 21st century. And the ability to think outside of the box. It allows organization to adapt to changing situation and to find innovative ways to resolve any potential problem. Second is critical thinking. It is the key to students and employees coming to logical and well-reasoned conclusions. Well-developed critical thinking skills help us objectively to analyze a situation, to weigh options, and identify potential outcomes for any decisions. We see that employers generally appreciate those employees who is forward thinking and enough to predict and plan for future problems, right? And like any skill, this critical thinking can be refined through practice. The third one is collaboration. It is another 21st century learning skill which play a big role in your career. Collaboration means being willing to listen, learn, and work with others to accomplish a goal together. And in any system, we are having the modern workforce full of employees with highly specialized skills and knowledge. But it doesn't mean you will not be able to do every job, but you better be able to collaborate with these people effectively. The next is information literacy. The fourth one is that is communication, right? It is universally useful and your ability to communicate trickles into all aspects of life, and all the technical knowledge and skill in the world is not useful much if you can effectively get your points across in a respectful and coherent way. The next is information literacy. Can anyone tell why this information literacy is a skill and why it is important for us? Yes, anyone from the audience?
Well, the current times, it's full of data, database structure, database processing. So in order to, be skillful in the current employment sector, we need to have information literacy so that we can, we can be at par and we can understand the current database. For that, I think information literacy is important.
Yeah, that's right. Information literacy, because today we are talking about all the data and all information, what we are getting from the online mode or searching on Google browsing. And it is very essential for the student to separate facts from the fiction, because they are interpreting facts. They are dealing with raw data and interpreting the results and conclusions, drawing conclusion on that. If your data is not right, so you will reach up to the faulty conclusions, faulty interpretations. That's why this information literacy is very important for our students. And even the media literacy is also built on this. So the research scholar, it is very important for the research scholars, because a lot of research projects require this good information literacy skills to correctly interpret the results and draw conclusions and writing settings. And the next one is the adaptability. It is very important skill, and we all saw that, observed that on 24th March, when the Prime Minister called for a complete lockdown of entire nation for 21 days, and within a day, our whole education system shifted to online mode, and our teachers are not having any resources, no technical knowledge, but they did it. What is that? This is adaptability. So this is very much required in today's scenario, where our students are able to adjust with the changing time, changing situations. And similarly, the job market is changing very quickly. And adaptable employees are flexible in several ways. They should be able to work both remotely or in the office independently and with a team. They are also open-minded, interested in new ideas, and willing to take on new tasks. That's why this adaptability skill is very important. Next is leadership. Now, many of us think about that this quality is required only for the managerial positions, but it is not so. The cultivating leadership skill in students in the entry-level job is very much important. It gives you more opportunities in future, and it involves many other traits like humility, decisiveness, and managerial competence. If you are having this skill, you are able to manage your things in a very efficient manner. Next is social skills. Social skills are rooted in self-awareness, self-regulation, and empathy. Self-awareness and regulation means understanding and managing yourself, including your past, values, motivation, and stresses. Empathy can help you become a better listener and in turn a better colleague. If you can relate to colleagues' problem or distress, you will form stronger relationships and may be able to suggest better solutions. The good social skills ensure that a candidate can interact and work well with others, understand the nuisance of social interactions, and bring best out of the others, and ultimately function as a part of team. Right? And one more important thing in today's time, the resilience is also considered as one of the important skills, and it is capacity to recover quickly from difficulties and toughness. So these are few skills which are required in our students and our research scholars for better employment. Now, before comparing the education seekers and education jobs, employment creators, employment seekers, let's explore few opportunities in education sector. We know that what type of jobs are available in education sector. You can become college professor, teacher, departmental head, school principal, counselors, and besides that, there are some other opportunities like academic manager, academic research writer, manager in education and skill training, because these days many skill courses are used in universities, institutions, manager of international student programs, foreign language teacher, analyst, product manager for digital education solutions. We are having all these opportunities, right? And every sector is having its own pros and cons. So there are few advantages of these educational courses and there are few challenges in these courses. Can you discuss with us? Can you tell me what are the advantages? Why do you opt to this teaching job? Yeah, why do we prefer teaching job? Yes, you can write in the chat box. Why do we generally prefer teaching jobs? Many of we see that many students move from the other sector to this education sector.
Generally, it is considered to be an easygoing profession.
Easy.
That's the general profession. Yeah, that is the general
Is
perception.
a general
that,
notion.
yeah, that
among
is the
us.
general. Exactly. Not we know.
But
after
now it is
getting
not,
into the profession,
not an
after
easy
getting
option.
into the profession, what exactly is the picture? But generally, people think that it is an easier option. You can manage your family, you can manage your house along with the job.
You can maintain the work-life balance with this job. But after COVID, I think the teachers are available 24/7. On online mode, you can do anything.
And no boundaries. And no boundaries.
No boundaries. Yes, exactly. Yeah. Yes, anyone from the audience?
Yes, ma'am. The teaching job is most opted because it is a like people consider it very like 9 to 2 job. Like you can do your task, other task, as well as you can pursue with your job as well. And for girls, it is mainly preferred because after you are married, that you can do the job as well and you can manage your house chores.
Exactly. Because you are having the fixed time and there is a very little overtime.
Yes, ma'am.
And stable hours are with us. Yes, anyone else? Time is there, easy job, comfortable, you can maintain your work-life balance. That's why we are choosing these professions. No responses from the audience?
Audience, you are requested to kindly respond. Otherwise, it will be a just one-way lecture.
This is a lecture session.
Yeah.
Physical mode पे तो हम लोग FTP में कितना interaction करते हैं.
Exactly, ma'am. Can you write your opinion, views, questions, and answers in the chat box? Ma'am, there is one question.
Specify the name of some agencies for such. For what job opportunities in teaching? All these jobs are available in school, colleges, institutions. Whatever I have mentioned till now, all these jobs are available in colleges, institutions, school system, universities. I'm just asking about what are the advantages you see in the education sector and what are the challenges you face. Then you would be able to analyze which one is better. And you can find your position as an employment seeker or as an employment creator. Which one is preferred?
Dr. Shweta says, yes, it is easy and manageable in comparison to other.
Yes, it is easy. Now let's explore, let's see what are the advantages of working in education sector. It offers a perfect blend of job satisfaction. Job satisfaction, basically you can look after your family, you look after your home, and exposure fulfillment that makes its first preference of a young mind to choose as a career option. Then exposure to multiple perspectives, stable schedule, personal fulfillment. What is this personal fulfillment? We all are
Personal growth.
no, we all are from this education sector. Fulfillment. Can anyone tell what is personal fulfillment? Why it is considered as a noble profession?
This is respective job and self-satisfaction to be.
What type of satisfaction do you get? And why you are getting that satisfaction?
Basically, this is education is giving and taking the form of communication. So जब आप push देते हैं and not only the just teaching learning process, it is some kind of relationship to be generated with the students, and so I feel that this is a more than all the profession we are just earning form, but it is a respective and satisfactory and some kind of relationship to be generated to each other, and
True, Maniji.
and
You know, we read many times that teachers are nation builders. Why they are called nation builders? Because they are preparing future generations, future citizens of the country. है ना, वो कहते हैं ना दारोमदार पूरा अध्यापकों पर है. So that gives you a sense of satisfaction, mental peace. So this is your personal fulfillment. So some of the teachers join this profession to get this fulfillment. After getting retirement, they get into this job, into this sector. They want to study, they want to share their knowledge, they want to share their expertise, right? So this is another advantage. Then interpersonal interactions. So here we get an opportunity to interact with the students, with teachers, with the academic community. वो आता है ना इतना मजा जब 40 या 50 बच्चों के साथ आप इंटरेक्ट करते हो. There are so many personalities and every day you get different experience. It is again an enjoyable process. So these are the advantages of working in education sector. But not only this, as we know that जहाँ पे advantages हैं वहाँ पे कुछ disadvantage भी हैं. So we further face many challenges in this sector. What are these challenges? Understanding different learning challenges. This is the biggest challenge we have in our classroom because we are talking about the inclusive classroom and we are having the diverse learners in our classroom. It is very difficult for a teacher to understand the individuality, the personality, the need of every child. Then another major issue that the school are facing these days, that is disciplining students. That's why we are talking about the value education, the moral education. Next is the students' issues and bullying. Endless paperwork, extended working hours. It is the result of pandemic. Then retention, availability of permanent jobs, quality, and teacher skills. These are few challenges we are facing. If you think there are more challenges you can discuss, what do you see in your system? Yes?
I think for today's, I'm sorry, my video might not be visible. I'm going through another meeting, but I think another challenge would be, like I said, dealing with parents, because nowadays there is a lot of interaction going on with the parents, and there's a lot of communication from the parents towards the teachers. So I have seen teachers getting calls in the middle of the night from the parents. So there's a lot of there's a lack of boundary between the teacher and this parent. So that is another challenge.
Exactly, and it is the result of pandemic. We have mentioned the extended working hours. Now there is no personal time for teacher. Yes, anyone else?
Ma'am, there is one more challenge in the chat
Okay.
box.
Challenge getting proper scale in private sector. Once students are doing well and getting success, get satisfaction. Okay, right. Right. So we see these are the challenges, these are the advantages. So this is about the job opportunity, what we see in our education sector. Now we talk about why India needs more job creators than job seekers. As I told you earlier, there are more graduates and we are not having, there is a gap between the demand and supply. Yes. And we are having 62% of the population in the working age group 15 to 59 years. And more than 54% of the total population is below 25 years of age. So we are having such huge amount of youth with us, but we are not able to create jobs for those. And it is not easy for any government to create jobs for such a large scale working population and the next generation which are coming in. So what is the option with us? The viable option is to encourage people to become job creators, not job seekers. They can create job for themselves as well as for others. Right? So this is the reason. And we are having the many startups ecosystem in India. In last 2 years, many startups are coming up. In 2018, 1,200 new startups came up, taking the total to 7,200s. And there was a phenomenal growth of 108% in funding and create more than 40,000 new direct jobs and threefold increase in the indirect jobs. And now at present, India has emerged as a third largest ecosystem for startups globally. We are the 69,000 APIT recognized startup across 647 districts of the country has been started. So this is not my saying, this is the data, which is saying that we have a huge startup ecosystem at present in India. And our present government has started many programs like Startup India, Make in India, Digital India, and Skill India. And government is creating favorable. There are two ways to provide this the platform for job creators. Either government create itself, any enterprise, or government create favorable environment or ecosystem for its citizens to set up enterprise or generate jobs, right? So here the government is taking the second one, the latter one. But we need to overhaul the system of job seeking and encourage our students to become job creators and innovators. They should be taught to challenge status quo, take risks, innovate, as opposed to just look out for the steady job. Because job creators are going to be a great asset. So that's why we are preferring that job creators should be there instead of job seekers. Now, what is the role of ICT and technology in this job creators pattern? Vijaya Kumar, a board member of Startup Policy Implementation Committee of AICT, rightly said, this internet has changed, has given us an opportunity to access knowledge and information. It has given the ability to create products. It has given the ability and the potentiality to distribute it to the customer across to the internet users globally. So these are the benefits of internet, what we are observing these days. You can access information, you can create products, and you can distribute it online. So we are having many options with ICT and technology. Now, what is the role of EdTech in employment creation? We know that digitalization has changed the game in last decade. And in the last 2 years, it is really very much done with education technology. We are using this technology for businesses, for leisure, for entertainment. Even you can book your groceries. Today you can book your groceries online. Each and everything you get sitting at home by using this technology. Many persons are working remotely across the globe. Even we are able to do this FGP, where the audience are from various places. On physical mode, it was not possible. This internet has created new paths for the employers as well as employees. Now the employment situation in India is completely different from what it was earlier. So what opportunities EdTech has given to us? We'll see that. We can divide these employment opportunities into 3 categories. First is technology experts. If you are creating employment through a tech process, you need technology experts like technical architects and app developers. And besides that, there is a considerable demand of user interface, user experience, and graphic designers. Second one is your marketing and product professionals. Why these marketing and product professionals are required? Because they want to understand the learner's need and what they are providing. They can match with that, right? To fulfill this goal, they are increasingly hiring product managers who can understand market demand and can make the product accordingly. And the third one is content creation. For this, we require academic consultants, curriculum developers, and institutional alliances that can help forge relations with universities, often joint programs on e-learning platforms. Now you can see that you can make YouTube videos, you can write blogs, you can write any material on Insta, Facebook, LinkedIn. You can create your own MOOCs programs. So there are so many opportunities for content creation. And in future, I think the content creators have been a spike. Because every system is now shifted to online platform. Let's see some top education startups in India. We are having Byju's. We all know that in last few years, they have shown the growth exponentially. Byju's, Sun Academy, Vedantu, Vaikwanda, Trainer Central, Upgrade, Next Education, Leverage Education, No Paper Forms, and many more are there. These are all startups. Now, to how to develop future job creators, there is a term in innopreneurship. What is innopreneurship? It is the combination of 2 words, innovation and entrepreneurship. As we talked about the 21st century skills, the 2 skills were there, the creativity and the entrepreneurship, self-reliance. Basically, this requires the grooming youth on innovation and developing an entrepreneurial mindset through entrepreneurship. Change in a mindset to become entrepreneurs rather than job seekers is the remedy here. And under the flagship initiative, Atal Innovation Mission, around 7,000 schools are promoting innovation and entrepreneurship through Atal Tinkering Labs. So this is an effort by the government to provide an environment where the students can innovate, they can be entrepreneur, they can move towards the job creators platform. And what are the traits of an entrepreneur? Seeing problems as opportunities, risk-taking capabilities, mindfulness and meditations. Similarly, the traits of an innovator, developing a growth mindset, being empathetic, and creativity. So these are the traits of entrepreneur and innovator which are required in future generation in our students if you want them to develop for future job creators. Now, there is a question for you. Would you consider yourself a job seeker or a job creator? Whether you are in a teaching job or in any other job, now it is a time to reflect and analyze where you are headed. You can chalk out your own path. You can see what are the skills you have and what opportunities you can have in future with you. If you see the previous 3 years, 2019, 2020, and 2021, these years saw the birth of maximum number of Indian unicorns, 44, 11, 7. Each year the number is increasing. Because the mindset of our youth is changing with time. And it is a very common notion among the middle class families in India. Now every parent is now aspiring that their children will be the next entrepreneur in the coming time. In the last few years, the mindset has completely changed. There is no fear factor. And now the students, our youth is ready to take that risk. I'm just giving one example. You can identify this picture. Who is this? Can anyone guess? Can you hear me? Yes, Kajal. Yes, who is this? Anyone from the audience who can guess who is this? Is very popular among the science students. I think no science.
I think he's Alak Pandey, who is the owner of Physics Wala. He's the founder of Physics Wala.
Yes. Who is this? Chandini.
Yes, yes, madam.
Yes, very good. Yes, this is Alak Pandey, Physics Wala. I think it is very popular among science students. ऐसा कोई student नहीं है जिसने इनके lectures YouTube नहीं देखे. Even many teachers are following him. And what happened recently? He was a YouTuber, and recently his company, a tech platform Physics Wala, has now joined the group of unicorn companies in there. You know that unicorn companies, if the companies worth reaches above 1 billion. Now its net worth is 1.1 billion, and it is one among the 101 first unicorn companies in the country. And he is from a very poor family from the Prayagraj. I think in 2014, he started his YouTube channel. And after 3-4 years in 2017, he got some recognition. And after that, there is no way to stop him. So now you can decide which one is the right path for you. You can create anything, you can create any job environment for you, you have to identify your skill set area, your knowledge area, and as a teacher, you should develop all these things among your students. And you should work out towards these aspects. Right, thank you so much. This is all about my presentation.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Is there any doubt, issue, question, views on whatever ma'am has told us about employment, employability, entrepreneurship, innopreneurship, and 21st century skills, and number of, I must say, number of relevant things were covered in her address. So whatever issues, doubt, or any question that you want to ask, please write it in the chat box. Or any observation, any reflection, please write it in the chat box. Now, meanwhile, our participants, if they are at all, they do have any type of question or observation they write, I must say your address was highly relevant with the 21st century and also the current demand. And the loopholes, I must say the loopholes and other things related to our education sector. I can see one question now. What is the pros and cons of making education a business?
This from the, I'm not able to pronounce his name. Yes, what is the pros and cons of making education a business? Okay, pros to yahi hai. When you are making education a business, you can create job for yourself as well as for others. Right, and cons are there. Sometimes there are financial problems. Sometimes it may take a long time to establish the business. And it is always associated with the risk and challenges, but there is no setback. I am saying that I can give you the, I have shared the example of Physics Wala. He started his YouTube channel in 2014 and now his company is worth of 1.1 billion. So you can see that what prospects are there in education business. But you have to start anywhere.
I would like to have your opinion on the demand or the very first necessary thing, the very first important thing that you would like to develop in a teacher to be a job creator, because we all know that education is a business. So somewhere, what is that very first initial thing that us as a teacher should develop?
Right, exactly. And NEP 2020 is also focusing on. That's why we are focusing on the skill education. And it will be started from 6 onwards, where the child will study the vocational subjects. He or she will get the exposure of those subjects. And slowly, slowly, he or she will develop that mindset. कि कहीं ना कहीं मैं भी वो चीज create कर सकता हूँ या कर सकती हूँ. So basically, we have to change the attitude of our students. And besides that, we have to nurture them along with that knowledge and skill.
One more related point, ma'am, as most of the audience from the teacher educator domain, many of the students, they like to be a teacher, doesn't matter from which sector, elementary classes, primary classes. So what is that, again, that thing that we should develop in our students so that they can come ahead, they can come forward to be a good and, a very experienced sort of teacher. So what is that thing that we should develop in our students?
Dr. Neha, your voice is breaking. Can you repeat the question?
Sure. Am I audible, ma'am?
Now you are audible.
Yeah, I was asking the related thing that you were talking about, the introduction of skill enhancement and vocational education in NEP 2020, right? So what is that particular thing that we should develop in our students so that they can adopt and opt teaching profession? I must say everyone definitely won't be a teacher, but whosoever wants to be in this profession, what is that thing that they should come ahead with this particular profession? What we should develop, we should, promote in them.
I think you can't force it from the outside. It is the interest of the child. We just give them all opportunities. If the child is interested, if the child is having that skill level in that profession, automatically he or she will move towards that. That's why we are talking about the multidisciplinary aspect. हम यहाँ पे बच्चों को एक particular, we are not creating the compartmentalization of sciences, humanities, and suppose I'm the student of MSc physics, but my life is not taken away by the physics only. In real life, we come across with the various problems which are dealing with various subjects. To give them opportunities. If he or she is interested in that, if she finds out that this is suitable for me, so definitely he or she will go towards that profession.
If he or she will have that personal fulfillment color in, then definitely he will come.
Exactly. We should not push anyone to a particular
Definitely.
profession.
Definitely.
Give them opportunities. करने दो उन्हें, कहते हैं ना, उन्हें दे
Let
दो,
them explore.
let them explore.
True. So we are waiting for your doubts and questions. I can
Madam,
give you compliments.
in addition to what Dr. Neha was saying, does the government support startups in the form of any schemes or fundings, or does it provide any support to such students who want to create or nurture employment?
I'm not having much idea, but whatever I'm studying on net, or there is little funding facilities are there from government side. So this is a challenge in creating any job or in creating starting any startup. The financial problem is always there.
I would
So
like
they
to
have
add
to
one
work
point.
out on this. I'm not having much knowledge about this, how to take the funding from government side. But there are, I think, which government
Yes.
which there are some policies, but it is not too much. Very small funding is there from the government side. Ultimately, you have to create your own fundraisers.
Yes, thank you, ma'am.
And you can create from the small scale later on, if it works out. So definitely it will grow in size.
There is one cell in MHRD, Ministry of Human Resource and Development, which is now MOE. It sponsors number of innovative projects that if any student come ahead with reference to different universities and all. So from there also we can ask, the students can ask for the funds.
That is there
Other things.
for innovative projects.
Innovative.
Yeah, that is there.
And,
That is a very little amount.
Yeah. True.
for startups, just madam sharing the experience.
Yeah, sure.
For startups under the MSME schemes, it starts from 9 lakh rupees micro, 27 lakh, then directly 1 crore. 1 crore starts for the small scale funding by the government. For that, minimum 2 years of registration, audit report of 2 years, having a current account, track record of maintaining minimum 2 years of your own trials. If that is shown successful, this particular fund is directly come from the MSME scheme, central government, through especially through State Bank. Forms are available in State Bank. And if you have your own property, say for example, the micro is start from 9 lakhs. Out of 9 lakh, the first 4 lakh will be exempted from the return. You don't have to return to the government again. That means out of 9 lakh, 4 lakh is exempted, no return. Remaining 5 lakh, out of 5 lakh, 50% will be no interest. That means last 2 lakh, 2.5 lakh only will be with the minimum interest. That means, see, 9 lakh, if you have your own property, if you get that, 9 lakh is for the people who don't have their own property on the renting to start a small scale startup. So in that case, 50% is almost exempted, no return. I mean, one do not need to return back to the government after borrowing that money. So most of the people are not aware how to get this fund. These are specially operated through district industrial corporation departments where the trainings are provided. And then right now in India, startups are mostly focused on the online innovative projects. Online innovative projects, including, say, for example, that Byju's and all. So like, I still remember the day one when Byju's started, with the 4 or 5 people's.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So this minimum understanding is not actually aware to the people. But yes, dimensions are fixed. It's not like that I want to open a school and I want to call it as a small scale or peer school, because when we talk about that education as a business, whenever it comes about business, it is always associated with the profit. But the division is that school cannot be come under this MSME, because school have to open through a trust or society. Non-profit is automatically prescribed by the government policy. But in case of coaching center or say assisting educational programs, as a company in that, having a minimum 2 member board, governing body of minimum 2 member at the time of registration under Company Act, one can get the this funding from the through this MSME scheme. And the biggest amount right now government have after the lockdown pandemic is also the fund of the government. All the deductions for the welfare from the people who government employees are mostly transferred to MSME scheme. So for other school offering schools, colleges, these and that, these are not this will not come under MSME, because they have to always into the non-profit organization. I
Thank you
think
so much, sir.
Thank you. This
For
is
this
a very
add-on
useful
knowledge.
information.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Actually, awareness is not there.
Yeah.
Sometimes we don't know where to go and where to get this funding.
Yes. It goes up to 100 crore. If you want to open a medical college, there is a process. Funding can be done directly. One time 100 crore transfer is also there. If you want to open a 100-bed hospital.
Oh,
But the thing is that,
okay.
yes, process is very, documentation is very tough. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Is there any query that you can post in your chat box? I think, ma'am, everything from your address has been covered. I guess they don't have any sort of doubts, and other issues have been also discussed here. So once again, thank you so much, ma'am, for this insightful, very informative, and I must say a relevant thing that everyone from any profession and for every profession is looking for. Thank you so much, ma'am, for giving this time from your busy schedule. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dear participants, we are here taking a break. And since our next speaker will join us at 1:30, so kindly come back at 1:30. We'll resume this session with Dr. Umesh Saroj sir. And we would like to have engaging session because Dr. Umesh Saroj sir will be talking about some practical aspect of employment and sector and livelihood. So please come back by 1:30. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you so much, ma'am. Mobin sir, kindly play that video. We have with us Engineer Umesh Saroj sir. Welcome you, sir, to our workshop. Mobin sir, kindly make Umesh sir as co-host.
Yes, ma'am. Sir is the co-host now.
Okay, thank you, sir. So once again, I welcome you, sir, to our workshop, third day and third session of the day. Before going ahead, I would like to request Ms. Vanshika Garg to kindly introduce sir to the audience. Over to you, Vanshika.
Thank you, ma'am. A very good afternoon to one and all present here. I, Vanshika Garg, on the behalf of Amity Institute of Behavioral and Allied Sciences, feels grateful taking this opportunity to again welcome you all on the third day of 5 days
online workshop on enhancing employability among teachers, educators, researchers, scholars, and students. Now, without any further ado, I would like to welcome Engineer Umesh Saroj sir. Sir is a senior lecturer, T&P officer, DTE Government Polytechnic in Jhanjhar. He has done BE in Electronics and Communication Engineering, MBA in IT, and MTech in Electronics and Communication Engineering. Sir has worked as a lecturer in Government Polytechnic, Manesar, Gurgaon, and Narnaul, Haryana. He worked as an assistant secretary in Haryana State Boards of Technical Education, Panchkula, and has been a joint director to Directorate of Technical Education in Haryana. Now, I would like to request Engineer Umesh Saroj sir to start the session, who will be elaborating us on the topic employability areas and sustainable livelihood. Over to you, sir. Over to you, sir, for your address on employability areas and sustainable livelihood.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, very much audible. You are audible.
No, I'm not able to hear clearly.
So, sir, you are audible. Vanshika, am I audible?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Thank you.
Okay.
सर नमस्कार सर नमस्कार आप इतना टाइट शेड्यूल का हम कैसे पैसा लिए हैं इन शॉर्ट नोटिस थैंक यू फॉर joining with us मेरे को सुनाई दे रहा है मेरा am I audible
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Just give me a few minutes. I think the speaker of my system is not working properly. Just 30 seconds.
okay sir. When sir is getting ready
Yes, sir.
I mean all the participants we
Meanwhile, I request you, sir, Mitai sir, so to kindly give some highlights of the work that Engineer Umesh Saroj sir is doing and he has done in the field related to the employability areas.
so I think already brief introduction might have done.
Yes, it has given already.
But the thing is that I know Professor Umesh sir for quite long, and it was very surprising for me too. As an engineering faculty, I thought that must be very restricted to his own dimension. But you can see he loved art also. मतलब एक नंबर की आर्ट लवर है. So beyond the expected feature normally people do for the engineering faculty members is out of the league, and they contributed lots of any other social cause, supported many NGOs. So at the same time, always ready to help everyone. And already training and placement officer, but training and placement officer not just for the formality side. Whether he is placement officer or not, he is always there to support the students. That's how the reputation of the repo I have about sir is beyond the boundary, out of the box personality. So instead of taking much time, sir is now already on live and ready. Welcome you, sir. Thank you so much for joining us. I just informed him, sir yesterday within a short time. But I know the vast nature of the experience I do have will enlighten us on the participants also. Thank you, sir. Please, mic to you.
Thank you so much for these your kind words. Hope I am audible, clear and loud.
Yes.
First of all, I require my highest thanks to the university and to all the team members who are giving me opportunity to share my little bit whatever experience I have gained through this my tenure of teaching and learning. During this period, we have come across so many experiences with the stuff. I will call the stuff, though they are the assets, the real students from the very social poor background to very rich and very equipped people. And what I find is that only the thing that we all educational institutions and educators can provide to them is the environment. The basic thing that helps anything to grow is environment, and that is very much required. And today, whatever our learned Professor Dr. Rohan has given me the topic and shared his views. Uh, I hope I will be the echo of all of you, and nothing new from my side. Should I share my screen over here? I have one PPT with me.
Yes, sir, you can share your screen. It is visible.
The topic that given to me was employability areas and sustainable livelihood. The first question, very first question that we generally ask the people, what you do, and what you do have two aspects. One is very common and general. We want to know about what his profession, his employability or his livelihood is. And in philosophical manner, what I have gained and learned is we ask someone such things to make up our mind how much respect we are going to give to him according to his livelihood, according to his profession, and according to his stature. It has two meanings, and we will start with this sustainable first, because employability areas will cover in that what sustainability we are referring to. Sustainability, as per this NEP 2020, we came across while in educational field, that National Education Policy 2020. It was a mandate that has been originated from UN document SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. And the fourth the goal is for us. The main agenda for sustainable development was a plan, an action plan we require for the people, for the planet, and in nutshell for the prosperity. It comprises almost 17 areas. 17 different goals have been set, and all are focused on the action plan for the people, planet, and prosperity. It covers all three dimensions, the major dimensions that a person covers: it's economical, social, and health. And we will focus. We will just learn about the sustainability and what this educational goal SDG 4 tells us to go for it. It aims to ensure an inclusive and equitable. These two words are having very wide depth and breadth. Quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities to all. It doesn't restrict you to certain age and certain period of it. Till you breathe last, your learning opportunity should be open. It says so. And with this our environment, now we have incorporated the third dimension in it, that is IE4. Is that screen visible? I think
Yes, sir, screen is visible.
both the pictures are there.
So not the pictures, only two arrows we can see.
Okay, good. No, I have just in this picture, I have just put the IE4, Industry 4.0, and we are trying to match these things with our NEP and what we are doing, what we educators want to do, and what the students have to take on. And basic principles, if earlier it has not been covered, or I'm sorry if it has been covered earlier also, I just don't take much time in these fundamental principles. What NEP is focused on. It is respect for diversity and local context. While going through this principle, I will request all of the participants to keep in mind your first focus and your plan, your goal. What was it? You have to have a plan for people, planet, and prosperity. If all these components we will keep in mind, these fundamental principles will unfold themselves. First, respect for diversity. In not only in education field and in educational terms only, in other cultural terms also. Because we are educators and we are focusing on education, that's why we will restrict ourselves to the educational curriculum, pedagogy, policies, that local context and its diversity, we have to pay respect. Without that, what we are talking about, the employability, the sustainability, the livelihood, it has no meaning. It will not sustain. These principles will lay down the foundation for our sustainability. Equity and inclusion. I will just read out these headlines only, and other things is that is behind in these words. It will take long time if we are discussing all these things. Then community participation, unique capabilities, critical thinking and creativity, emphasize on conceptual understanding, continuous review, use of technologies. All these things are the fundamental principles for National Education Policy 2020, for which you have to adopt. And in another the picture that coming up in front of you, it will clear what my take is on all these principles. Just have a look on this picture. Is this picture clear to us? Visible?
Yes, sir, this was
Equitable and inclusion education. It means everyone matters. Everyone. We are talking since long about equality. Now we have to give foundation to the word equality, and we have to work upon it. I think this picture speaks louder than words. Equality means we are giving equal opportunity to all. In equity, we are giving extra opportunity to the poor one, who is having lesser resources. Just like if there are 4 and 5 members in a family, a smaller child needs the extra care. That's the first principle that we are talking about: respect for diversity. All for learners, for all learners. It's just like your very good goal that India has achieved during this polio mission. एक बच्चा छूटा, सुरक्षा चक्र टूटा. So in the classroom, no child should left behind. Our education, our policies, and each everything should be equated to all. It should give support to all, and it's inclusive to all. I think these words we are now very much clear and loud with the equitable and inclusive. On these platforms, we will go ahead, and with these, another branch of the tree will arise, and thing will come up, and this holistic picture will give you something more broader educational motto. Who learn together, learn to live together. Let's learn together. If we are sustaining these philosophies in our classrooms, if we are sustaining these kind of philosophies in the boundaries of our institution and classrooms, then we are heading towards sustainability. If we are missing such philosophies, then I think sustainability only merely shines in the conferences and workshops and books. If real sustainability, if we want to bring, that we have to bring in our society. And society is the singlest building block is a human. And if human is sustainable, his livelihood is sustainable, our economy will grow, our environment will grow, our cultural diversity will give some fruitful results. Now, let's come to the answer that we have just first asked, what you do for the people. And here comes the word we are talking about, the livelihood. Now, what this livelihood is? Livelihood can be a profession, can be a occupation, can be a business, and what we are trying to frame in our discussion is comprises of capabilities, assets, and activities which are required for living, means to earn bread and butter. And it's sustainable how? When it can cope up with stress and shocks. What are those stresses and shocks? And how it can be sustainable? How can we say it's sustainable? It's maintaining or enhancing its own capabilities, its own assets, its own activities. This comprises what we hear today about the livelihood. Further, if we go to explore certain these capabilities and assets, we come to the assets. What comprises this livelihood assets? These are 5 pillars, 5 corners: human capital, natural capital, social capital, physical and financial capital. If we keep a poor man in the middle, what we are discussing today, we all learned people, if we keep a very poor person in the middle, and we all focus through all these glasses, through financial glass, through his natural glasses, through human glasses, through social glasses, through physical glasses. From there, we will try to frame him under what his livelihood is. but making him to live, to earn his bread and butter. All these frames, I will touch one. If we talk about human capital, what we are seeing into that, and why I have put here poor people? Why not a common man or any person? Why a poor one? Why we are focusing on poor? It's because something is not sustainable. If it would have been a sustainable thing, we have, then we will not focus on it, because sustainability is somewhere lacking, somewhere missing, and we are taking that the last child, the marginal man in the middle, to focus about his livelihood. If he is getting all the capitals, then the person ahead of him natural will be covered. In human capitals, his nutrition, his health, education, knowledge, skills, capacity to work, capacity to adapt, a lot of things could be added. This framework has been designed by that agency, I forgot the name. From there, I have picked up all these assets. In human capital, we will focus on this. And what about the natural one? In natural, is land, what it produces, what he is surrounded with, what biodiversity he is having, what is environmental services he is availing. All these things will contribute to his livelihood. Similarly, social, it's a formal and informal groups connecting with what leadership is having, his neighbor, his family, everything, that social things that cover. That capital, if we will look at, that is required to frame a model for him to have a sustainable livelihood. Another capital is physical capital, that infra. What kind of facilities he is having, that work. What tools and technology he is equipped with. If he is a farmer, I think he is a landless farmer who is working in someone's field. But he must be equipped with some certain physical capital also. Financial capital. How much debit, credit in his account, what wages, all these capitals will help us to ascertain his livelihood assets. From these assets, we will now see certain mixed assets, certain mixed assets which these got affected by. All we can means all talks will be in terms of commerce, means plus or minus, less or more. How much he is different household, different livelihood assets he is having. All these concepts we have to keep in our mind. Now we know about the assets of that particular person. Now what stress and shocks we are talking about, and what he has to maintain and enhance. What are those? To make him sustainable, to give him a sustainable life, sustainable livelihood. That stress and shocks, those are vulnerable. This vulnerability will attach to it, and it will surround him. And why we are talking about all these things?
We are all talking about the things because we have to work on these areas to make him less stressed and less suffer, and to enhance more his capabilities. If we know the corners which are weak that we have to make sound, then we have to go for each corner. On all these bases, we will train our education policy makers will train syllabi for that, curriculum for that, pedagogy for that. How he can grasp the things, how much he is capable to handle the things, how sustainable we can make him by equipping with these tools. I hope now we can relate this chakra. It will move around. We have to go through all his assets, and then we have to pass him through the vulnerable things, shocks and stresses he is going to face, the changes, the trends. It's not a fixed mechanism, and we can't we can make a foolproof system to a particular person. But in larger contrast, if we are having our young minds, more than 40% of our population, then we have to make something global, and that should suits each and everyone. And that's why our beautiful this NEP 2020 has came up, that has introduced uh, multiple entry and multiple exit. And further, they have given another tool to learn not only your major subjects, some minor things you should also know. I just remember that the old saying is there. The, one should know, one should know everything about something and something about everything. I hope I have my words have reached you. This, we have to master certain subjects. We have to be skillful in certain areas. We can't be master of all, but we should know each and every field also. Not time this time we have to be a multitasking that kind of skills. If we go further, what strategies that we can combine, they can access? What strategies we have to prepare to counter vulnerability? What thing is supporting him or obstructing him? Our institution, our boundaries, our classroom, are those really helping him, or we have to bridge through our classrooms to certain other fields also? Do we have to open if we miss spending a lot of time in art and uh, performing and visual art field? I have seen people learn lot of things that engineering field people fail to touch those things. If someone is painting, he's painting the thing, it's okay. He is master in creating something. But doing in all this process of painting, what he is gaining, that is unseen. It can only be felt. Just his focus. Artists have a very good focus if we compare to our other engineering field students. It's my perspective. I don't know how much I am true to it, but I have observed the art people are having very good focus. They pay much more attention to their work rather than an engineering student to the job assigned to, because he knows if how much focus it is required if a single brush can ruin his complete art. A drop can ruin his complete art. He pays that much attention. This I'm just talking about that supporting and obstructing our institution and our processes. So the livelihood, if, let me show it this way. Now we are very much clear with these all assets: human, natural, financial, physical, and social. Now we are clear with our vulnerability and other shocks and stresses and trends and changes. Now this chakra, we know it. This plays the important role. What should be the policies, how institutions should be designed, and what the pedagogy and processes we need to train. It all influences this man. If you remember that figure, inclusion and equality and equity, all these things will help a common man to have a sustainable ground on which he will stand in sustainable way to perform a sustainable livelihood. And not only this man will be influenced, these policies, institutional processes must take care of all these vulnerable things also. Without that, we will again fail if we will focus only on the person. We have to take into account other scenarios attached to that gentleman. And through these policies and institutions, what is the path ahead? Livelihood strategies will be defined. And here comes our livelihood outcomes. And again, that feedback loop we have to provide over here. Does that outcome we are giving is prone to these changes? Are they with the trends? Just like this kind of automation, just like our air conditioner working in our room. If we will not provide a feedback sensor in our AC, that after 20 or 15, 16 degree or 18 degree temperature, it must go off. Just cooling go off. That feedback must be there. And then whenever the temperature rises above 18, the compressor should start cooling the room. All these mechanisms we have to adopt. Now let's discuss what's the role of educator over here. What we can do and what we can contribute. A teacher, an institution, a policy, all can play a vital role if if we teach a student how to celebrate the failure. We have always seen the people celebrating their success. We have to make his mind such thing that he should not hide his failure. Where he is weak, he should come out and loudly say, I am weak in this. If he fails to say, then the doctors to whom we are called as a teachers, we should visualize it. If this person requires such support to overcome his weakness. And such tool will be provided by whom? It will be provided by the institution. Institution should allow. He should allow students, teachers to have interaction, mentoring at very ground level. And for that, we need more teachers. As many ratios for teaching purposes, it's fine. If one teacher can teach 60 students, no issues. But he can't keep focus on 60 students. 10 to 15 students, just do a pilot project in your class. Have 4 teachers and divide these 60 teachers 15 each and see the results. Mentoring, proper guidance, proper attention, and equity. A teacher have to provide equity to all. He should not distribute the things equally. He should distribute the things with equity. With this, we will lay a foundation for our sustainability. Sustainability starts from here, in my point of view. It will make student and teacher relationship such trustworthy, and we should know that where he is lacking, just like coach. Every student have a potential to give a beautiful result according to his capabilities, but his capabilities could be sharpened. He could be trained in such a way that he can excel in various fields also. That's all from my side. And anything that we can, I have kept time for discussion. Means a lot of questions might be there or it may not be, but I have kept time for that. Because I love discussions. I love listening to the different dimensions and perspectives. And basically, NEP SDG4 has having 10 points. And in these 10 points, we need a lot of deliberations. I think this MIT University is doing wonderful job in organizing on such areas to bring the change in the society. The distance between your and my dream is only what we call it action. Let's do some actions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for this wonderful insight. As of now, I can read one question for you, sir. It says, do we have any sustainable livelihood programs and strategies running in India? Is it a part of CSR also?
Yeah. Sustainability, livelihood are a lot of in the air. If you go for skill council sectors section, I think more than 40 skill sector this NSDC, National Skill Development Centers are there. Sectors are there. They are providing even lot of courses are available in Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojanas in different colleges and universities. And they need not to pay anything to learn the skills. Even lot of government schemes are there. If I will share the thing that community development through polytechnic is a scheme, government of India scheme. from in each villages, such livelihood courses are running. These people from very does not know how to read and write can also learn a skill. For example, we were having two kind of trades that needs very basic knowledge of measurement on, and that course covers with the name welding. That livelihood he is now can earn in a day enough money to survive, and he can excel and enhance in it. And lot of people has doing those things.
Sir, you were talking about the knowledge and skills, the human capital. So I would like to have your views on the role of educators for acquisition of skills and acquiring knowledge and information for sustainable development. How can we lead knowledge and skills towards the sustainability?
This is the backbone for sustainability, knowledge and skills. This, if we don't have this knowledge and skills, we can't be stand. This, how without backbone one can stand. That backbone is very much required, and that backbone who will provide. First, the educator must have his strong backbone. Means he must have strong knowledge and skills. And then only we can impart the things, because we know that educators have a very big responsibility on their shoulders.
May I request participants to ask questions and can write in the chat box. Rohan sir, do you want to speak your question?
Sir, मैं post कर रहा था on behalf of all the participants. Is the concept of poor defined by the BPL card, which means the government? Who is poor actually? Who are the poor people? Who is poor? Is it defined by the government, or it is defined by the dominant people of the society, or by the socio-political system? What is poor actually? Everybody feel why everybody feel poor.
In earlier I have explained why we are considering the poor, because the thing that which is not stable and sustainable, we have to focus on that. He is the building block of a society, and their number is large.
If I am not,
if we quantify the things, if we are having in our village lot of means unhealthy people, or are means infected by some diseases, and very few are very healthy and very few are very strong.
उमेश सर, गांव के लोगों को गरीब बोलना सही होगा क्या?
नहीं, वो अगर आप उस दृष्टि से बात करेंगे कि उनकी भावनाओं को ठेस पहुंच रही है या वो चीजें हो रही है, उसको हम नहीं कंसीडर कर रहे हैं. हम सिर्फ कंसीडर कर रहे हैं उनकी इकोनॉमिक ग्राउंड, उनको रिस्पेक्टफुल. मैंने आपको पहले बताया, जो हमारा प्रिंसिपल है, वी शुड बी रिस्पेक्टफुल टू आवर डाइवर्सिटी. और डाइवर्सिटी सिर्फ इकोनॉमिक और सोशली ही नहीं, बहुत कुछ कवर करता है. उस डाइवर्सिटी को हमें रिस्पेक्टफुल रहना है. ही इज a honorable citizen of this country, and constitution implies to all, and he has all the rights to avail whatever written in the constitution. He is equally equipped with those liabilities, duties and rights like others also. we are not giving disrespect by saying the poor. Only the thing poor word I have taken from that framework. This is the most unstable thing that we have to make stable. This means if in a classroom, if we will teach to a very uh, very poor student, poor in the sense, poor in understanding the things. If student we cover that student, don't we think that the whole of the class will get all the things that we are going to teach, or more beautifully, all the rest of the people will get.
सर दूसरा एक लोगों का क्वेश्चन आ उससे पहले मैं इसी पे एक चीज, अगर इफ वी रिफर टू मार्विन हैरिस थ्योरी there is a pyramid for the making a social sustainability. Poor will be always there as a foundation of the society.
Yeah, it's there. I don't know to which we will call it as a foundation. From where we have to start. That's why we lay down the foundation. Every Imarat, every Taj Mahal needs a foundation, and those foundations we have to identify which are the areas from where we have to grow, and these are the people to whom we are referring to. If such mechanism will develop, not only means this economical criteria, there are social issues also. There are a lot of things. That's why that principle says respect for the diversity, not only economics, not intellect, also social also. It's a broader framework.
Okay. Neha ma'am, a question I had take up kar sakta hai.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, Dr. Sanjay wants your opinion on the negative impact of online education. He wants to know negative impact of online education. He wants to know, what do you think whether online education is a spoiled the education system during COVID? Should it be continued? Because many of the institutions are still opting the online education as of now as well. So what is your take on that?
Very nice question. Before that, I give you one new timeline. Earlier, we used to talk about before Christ BC and after that AD. Now you have new timeline before Corona and after Corona. Okay. if we go on these timelines, then we have much more positive results of it, that online education. It has opened up a new dimension in this field. Means, if personally my take is to be considered, my take is I don't find any negativity in it. If both the parties are sincere towards the education. Medium is not a barrier. Medium is nowhere a barrier. Only thing is the student must be sincere and the teacher must be sincere. That sincerity required. If sincerity is not there, whether it may be a classroom or you are teaching one-to-one, it doesn't give you any results. My answer is this. I don't
it's just
know.
like it's just like Ekalavya was having online class where the children of Pandavas were having face-to-face classes.
It all depends. It's good we have now habitual of it. Otherwise, this webinar was a thing that we have created Eiffel Tower in early days. One webinar organized means हल्ला हो जाता था, चलो webinar हो गया. अब webinar ऐसे हो गया जैसे आलू दिख रहा है. और कितना अच्छा है. अब ये webinar को करने के लिए, इस conference को करने के लिए हम सब जितने लोग हैं यहाँ पर.
I think Neha ma'am, it's just a request. Agar if Sanjay sir want to take part in the voice interaction, because he is connected.
Yeah, Mobin sir, can you please make Dr. Sanjay as co-host? Sir, we are making you a co-host. You can unmute yourself and turn on your camera and then speak.
Good afternoon. Hope you are getting my voice.
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir.
अब वीडियो में डाल
First to say something. To our esteemed sir, like no doubt, I do agree with you that this online education has opened a lot of dimensions, new dimensions and all. But on the other part, sir, if you no doubt. IT infrastructure, we are
Your voice got
this
dropped.
connectivity of internet and all that. We are
Sanjay sir,
जी जी
since you are talking about the this connectivity and network issues, you are also facing the same.
Yeah,
sir, आपकी आवाज clear नहीं आ रही है.
Yes, yes.
the earphones and then I'll speak.
Hello, sir. On behalf of Sanjay, sir, Dr. Sanjay, I mean, what the question he want to ask is that, sir, we have infrastructure problem, most important IT related, that is connectivity, internet issue in the geographical diversity areas. So your take on the lack of infrastructure in terms of online system.
Just see,
Sir, sir, is it audible now?
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir.
Sir,
Go on,
is it
sir.
yeah, sir, not only sir geographical say if you talk about that diversity, in even if you are residing in say metro cities also, even then let me tell you a small thing. Suppose every day, though I belongs to the government institution, like every day we came to know कि यहाँ पे fiber की line टूट गई है, यहाँ पे जो है that work is going on, so internet connectivity. So we are facing lot of, I mean to say, problems, and no doubt I do agree that yes, yes, new courses are coming when we were not earlier not able to access those things. But sir, in my opinion, yes, this is one thing. Second thing, like students are taking advantage also. What sort of advantage? If you take like whenever we ask the questions and all, he says, sir, सुनाई नहीं दे रहा, हमें पता नहीं चल रहा. So that sort of things are there, sir. So एक तो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का प्रॉब्लम है ही सही कि हमारे यहाँ पे हम बात तो करते हैं कि 5G की, but here we do not have 5G, even 3G is not. And if you are having a say special towers in your institutional area and all that, only then it is working. So probably you have understood, sir, with regards.
जी डॉक्टर साहब, आपकी बिल्कुल परेशानी को मैं बखूबी समझा भी हूँ और उसको उसी तरीके से लेता हूँ जिस तरीके से आपने इसको रखा है। हमारे यहाँ पर देखिए, जो अभी आप उसकी बात कर रहे हैं कनेक्टिविटी की कनेक्टिविटी की जो बैंडविड्थ है उसकी भी प्रॉब्लम है, प्रॉपर आती नहीं है। ये इश्यूज अभी हमारे यहाँ पे पूरी तरीके से चलेंगे, क्योंकि अभी कुछ ही लोग हैं जो इस फील्ड के अंदर आपके सर्विसेज थे। जैसे ही इसमें जैसे कहते हैं ना कि आप अगर आप पहले एलईडी टीवी खरीदने जाते थे मार्केट में तो कितना कॉस्टली आता था, कैन यू इमेजिन? आज से सिर्फ 8 या 10 साल पहले की बात कर रहा हूँ। एक 50 इंच का टीवी 2 या 2.5 लाख रुपए का सोनी का हुआ करता था। आज इंटेक्स का 1000 रुपए इंच के हिसाब से मिलता है और उससे भी कम। जैसे जैसे मार्केट डेवलप होगा, धीरे धीरे आएगा। अभी हम लोग ऑनलाइन कब से शुरू हुए हैं? पिछले मात्र 5 साल। उससे पहले आप देखिए हमारी ऑनलाइन क्या चीजें होती थी। अब ऑनलाइन इसलिए अब हमारे लिए जरूरी हो गया है, ये हमारे लिए अब ऑक्सीजन हो गया। इसके बगैर हमारी इकोनॉमी रुक जाती है। इट हैज बिकम हार्ड। आपका दिल रुक जाएगा तो आप खत्म। ऐसे ही अगर ये नेट रुक गया तो इकोनॉमी रुक जाती है। आपकी ट्रेन की सर्विसेज, बैंक के ट्रांजैक्शंस, हम लोग एवरीथिंग गॉट कोलैप्स, ऐसा नहीं है। बाकी जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर सर्विसेज हैं, बाकी चीजें वहाँ पे चलता है। ये जो पब्लिक डोमेन में जहाँ पर ये चीजें आ रही हैं, कभी कभी आप जाते होंगे कि आपके बैंक में ट्रांजेक्शन क्यों नहीं होती, सर्वर काम होता है। तो इट डजंट ऑलवेज हैपन। मशीनरी इक्विपमेंट है, ये कभी कभी काम एब्सोल्युटली नहीं करते, लेकिन उसके उसको एक प्रॉब्लम के जरिए हम सिस्टम को ब्लेम नहीं दे सकते, ये पूरा सिस्टम ही कोलैप्स हो गया। हाँ, प्रॉब्लम हर एक जगह आती है। अभी कई दफा हमारे घर में भी खाने में नमक कभी कभी ज्यादा पड़ जाता है, डेली नहीं होता है, कभी कभी हो जाता है, कभी मिर्च तेज हो जाती है। तो उसके लिए हम ये नहीं कह सकते कि तुम लोग खाना ही बनाना नहीं आता, बेकार खाना बनाता है, ऐसा कुछ नहीं। मतलब उसको हम उस पॉजिटिव एंगल से लेंगे कि वो एक हमारे पास टूल है जो कभी कभी प्रॉपर फंक्शन करने में, हमें सर्विस देने में दिक्कत देता है। और जहाँ तक आपने बात बताया कि हम क्वेश्चन पूछते हैं, तो मैंने आपको उसका आंसर दे दिया, सिंसियर। अगर इफ वी आर सिंसियर टुवर्ड्स ईच अदर, तो हम सीखने के लिए बैठे हैं। जब सीखने के लिए बैठे हैं तो हमारा फोकस और अटेंशन अगर नहीं है तो हम नहीं सीखते। अगर है तब तो उसमें कोई दो राय ही नहीं कि हम ना सीख पाए और हम आंसर ना दे पाए। अब आप और हम भी बैठे हैं डॉक्टर साहब, और आपने मेरी कुछ बातों को ध्यान से सुना, आपने कोई प्रश्न किया और मैंने उसका उत्तर दिया, मैंने उत्तर दिया, और आपने बहुत खूबसूरत तरीके से मुझे धन्यवाद दिया, जिसके लिए मैं आपका ऋणी हूँ। तो ये चलता रहेगा प्रोसेस।
Thank you so much, sir. Is there any other question from participant side? Can you post your queries or questions or any observation or any point that you want to discuss? Yes,
सर,
sir.
जब तक ये लोग क्वेश्चन पोस्ट करेंगे, मैं एक और लीड देना चाहूंगा। स्पेशली लाइवलीहुड जो है, पेट पालना होता है या मिनिमम जिंदगी जीना होता है, उसमें खुश रहना होता है। अगर हिंदी में ट्रांसलेट करें, लाइवलीहुड खाली पेट पालना यानी जीने के लिए खाना होगा या खाने के लिए जीना होगा।
एक्चुअल में लाइवलीहुड जब हम कंसीडर करते हैं डॉक्टर साहब, उसको हम आजीविका ही कहते हैं, हमारे जीवन यापन का तरीका। वो जीवन यापन में सिर्फ पेट भरना ही नहीं है, उसके साथ तन पे कपड़ा, चलने को पाँव में चप्पल, और उस चप्पल के नीचे सड़क
और इंटरनेट।
और इंटरनेट तो आज जितना आप इसको इक्विप करेंगे, जितना ज्यादा आप इसको स्ट्रेंथन करेंगे, तो मैंने बोला ना, एनहांस द कैपेबिलिटी। वो कैपेबिलिटीज क्या है?
भाई बेसिक नीड में बोर्न फर्बर्नर ने ऑलरेडी बढ़ा दिया है।
जो आप बता रहे हैं वो बिल्कुल परफेक्ट है। हमें
हाँ।
वो एक फिलॉसफी है, वो एक दर्शन है। वो हर इंसान अपना अपना नजरिया है कि आप खाने के लिए जी रहे हैं या जीने के लिए खा रहे हैं। वो आपको बिल्कुल बात बिल्कुल अच्छी है। आपसे तो मैंने बहुत कुछ सीखा है। बहुत अच्छा नजरिया है ये। मतलब कि लाइवलीहुड को मैं आजीविका के रूप में देखता हूँ, और आजीविका क्या है? उसका भरण पोषण और उसका रहना। वो जब तक जिंदा है उसका क्या है साथ साथ। तो अगर खाली हम लाइवलीहुड की बात करें, फिर हम प्रोफेशन में चले जाते हैं, फिर हम एम्प्लॉयबिलिटी में चले जाते हैं, ऑक्यूपेशन में चले जाते हैं, वोकेशन में चले जाते हैं। तो उसके रास्ते जुदा जुदा हो जाते हैं, नाम बदल जाता है, लेकिन दिमाग में वही रहता है कि आखिर इसका ब्रेड एंड बटर चल जा रहा है।
इसका मतलब सर, अमीर आदमी भी लाइवलीहुड के लिए स्ट्रगल करते हैं।
नेचुरल है। हम लोगों के अंदर जो ये एक बहुत अच्छी, ये व्हाट्सएप केमिस्ट्री पे बहुत अच्छा वो चलता है, एक डायलॉग कि ऑल आर, वी हैव टू रिस्पेक्ट ऑल, आफ्टर ऑल आर स्ट्रगलिंग टू ब्रिंग मील्स ऑन देयर टेबल। सिंपल, चाहे वो कोई भी हो, एनीवन।
Thank you, sir. So, can we have more points and questions?
प्रश्नों के लिए मैंने इसके लिए समय रखा था, क्योंकि टॉपिक ऐसा है जिसके अंदर दिमाग में प्रश्न बहुत होंगे, क्योंकि थ्योरी तो किताबें भरी हैं। उसको तो इतना ही जान लेना बहुत है कि आखिर फ्रेमवर्क क्या है, नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी कहती क्या है, और नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में हम स्टूडेंट्स का भी और टीचर्स का भी, इंस्टीट्यूशंस का भी, पॉलिसी मेकर्स का भी, जितने स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं, इन सबका क्या टेक है। अगर उस टेक को आप लेके चलेंगे तो एक बहुत खूबसूरत जहां बना पाएंगे, और एक बहुत ही अपने हमारे बीच कमजोर अपने भाई को या बंधु को या सिटीजन को हम बहुत खूबसूरत जिंदगी दे पाएंगे। हम एक दूसरे का हाथ पकड़ के ये मल्टी डायमेंशनल मल्टीटास्किंग का यही एक वो है। वही मैंने आपसे अर्ज किया था थोड़ी देर पहले कि वन शुड नो समथिंग। कुछ चीजों के बारे में तो आप सब कुछ जानते, बहुत जरूरी, और सब चीजों के बारे में कुछ कुछ जरूर जान लीजिए, वो बहुत जरूरी है। आजकल आप अछूते नहीं रह सकते। आपको आर्ट के बारे में पता होना चाहिए, क्योंकि आपको आर्ट सबको पसंद है। कहते नहीं कि मुझे आर्ट पसंद नहीं है, किसको गोल रोटी पसंद नहीं है, किसको सलाद में कलरफुल सलाद पसंद नहीं है। तो वो नजरिया है कि आप आर्ट कहाँ कहाँ देख पाए। कपड़े पहनते ही हैं, ये कलर नहीं वो पहनूंगा, ये व्हाट इज दिस इन आर्ट। आपका एस्थेटिक सेंस नजर आता है, बहुत सारी चीजें नजर आती है। मेरा तो एक ये मानना, अगर पर्सनल मेरा व्यू लिया जाए तो सबको आर्ट्स जरूर सिखाना चाहिए, क्योंकि आर्ट और परफॉर्मिंग एंड विजुअल आर्ट करने के बाद आपके बहुत सारी चीजें आपके अंदर ऐसी समाहित हो जाती हैं जिसको कहीं और से इंजेक्ट नहीं किया जा सकता। वो अपने आप अंदर जनरेट, सेल्फ जनरेट। लेकिन वो एक्सरसाइज बाहर की है, लेकिन उसका फ्रूट अंदर आता है।
So is there any other question?
Vaibhav, Kajal, I know you might be having some questions. Please come forward.
हाँ, क्वेश्चन के साथ आप कृपया करके मुझे फीडबैक जरूर दे दीजिएगा कि जो मैं आज यहाँ पे बात रख पाए आपसे शेयरिंग की, इट वाज समथिंग वर्क फॉर समवन।
सर जैसा आपने कहा था we should have something from everything and everything from something, ये proverb आपके एड्रेस पर अच्छे से appropriate बैठती है। सारी चीजें, छोटी छोटी चीजें and बहुत relevant things we have understood from your address. So one feedback and compliment for you, sir, and there are two more in the chat box from Dr. Sanjay and Ms. Kajal. They both are saying nice address, sir. Vanshika, would you like to have ask any questions from sir? Vanshika, you are on mute. So, sir, Vanshika has posted one question directly to me. She wants to know your take and your views on the sustainable development and the technological advancements. How will you put? So she wants to know your views on sustainable development and technological advancements. Will you keep both in the one go or in the two different directions, or what?
नहीं, दो डायरेक्शंस तो ये बिल्कुल नहीं है। ये आप इनको कह सकते हैं कि ये हम जो भी, they have to go hand in hand. टेक्नोलॉजिकल एडवांसमेंट, टेक्नोलॉजिकल एडवांसमेंट एक्चुअल में है क्या, पहले इसको समझ। टेक्नोलॉजिकल एडवांसमेंट है टू प्रोवाइड ईज, आराम पहुंचाना है। और वो किस किस तरीके से आराम पहुंचाना है, वो अलग अलग क्षेत्रों में अलग अलग तरीका है। इसी जमाने में फोटोकॉपियर, किसी को याद है कि एक कमरे के बराबर हुआ करता था? मैंने अपनी नजरों से देखा है। डॉक्टर साहब देखा होगा आपने, आधा कमरा ले लेता है फोटोकॉपियर।
यस सर।
और आज आपकी टेबल पे वो एडवांसमेंट है टेक्नोलॉजी की, ये आपका 5-in-1 प्रिंटर रखा हुआ है। इट इज प्रोवाइडिंग ईज। और आप इसको जोड़िए कि सस्टेनेबल को किस तरीके से बूस्ट कर रहा है। इसको सस्टेनेबिलिटी कहाँ से मिली? उस वक्त हमें इतने सारे पेपर्स खराब करने पड़ते थे 2 कॉपी करने के, और आज उसकी कमी, एक भी पेपर खराब नहीं होता अगर आप वहां से कॉपी करते, अनलेस एंड अनटिल कि वो खुद को डैमेज। लेकिन उसके अंदर होता था, उसके अंदर ऐसा प्रोसेस ही ऐसा था कि होता था। और अब इसको मैं जोड़ता हूँ आपके आज के जो डॉक्टर संजय साहब ने पूछा था नेटवर्क के साथ, कि टेक्नोलॉजिकल एडवांसमेंट इस फील्ड में, नेटवर्किंग के फील्ड में होने की वजह से कितना ईज मिला है। आज मैं अमेरिका में कॉन्फ्रेंस हो रही है, मैं अपने घर में बैठ के उसके साथ नॉलेज या स्किल्स गेन कर रहा हूँ। एक तो ये नॉलेज गेन से रिलेटेड एडवांसमेंट होगी, दूसरे ऐसे गैजेट्स आ गए हैं, अब मुझे मेमोराइज नहीं रखना पड़ता बहुत कुछ, आपके टिप्स पे चीजें अवेलेबल है, बस आपको ये पता होना चाहिए कि ये चीज यहाँ अवेलेबल है, तो आप उसको निकाल लेते हैं। अब आपके हमारे जमाने में तो किताबों की फोटो स्टेट करा करा के हमारी अलमारियां भर जाती थी किताबों। नाउ यू हैव PDF in your mobile. You have paid in rupees only, but at dollars price. वो प्राइस फॉरेन की किताब है, ये $8 का है, आपको इसका पेमेंट करना और अवेलेबल नहीं। टेक्नोलॉजिकल एडवांसमेंट की वजह से हम सस्टेन हो गए कि हमारी एजुकेशन के अंदर सस्टेनेबिलिटी आ गई। नाउ हम उसमें एनहांस कर पा रहे हैं। मैंने बताया ना, तो अगर आप डेफिनेशन को दिमाग में रखेंगे तो किसी भी चीज को जोड़ेंगे, वर्नेबिलिटी भी है और साथ साथ कि वो अपने आप में सस्टेन कर पा रहा है, अपने आप को एनहांस कर पा रहा है, अपनी कैपेबिलिटीज को एनहांस कर पा रहा है। जब वो अपनी कैपेबिलिटीज को एनहांस कर पा रहा है तभी हम कह रहे हैं कि इट इज मूविंग टुवर्ड्स सस्टेनेबिलिटी। आई होप मैं कुछ पहुंचा पाया आपकी बातों।
बिल्कुल सर। So can we have more points of discussion? Anyone from the organizing team as well, if you want to ask anything or present your views on the topic?
Shaini ma'am, Chandni ma'am.
Anyone from the organizing team?
Shaini ma'am, Chandni ma'am. आपका रिफ्लेक्शन का जरूरत है in the discussion.
Anything from your side, Rohan sir?
मैडम मैं तो कंटिन्यूसली साथ ही दे रहा हूँ।
Right, I know sir, that's why I'm asking you again.
अंजलि अत्री का थोड़ा माइक बंद कर दीजिए, नो इशारा।
और वैसे मैं एक गुजारिश करूं आप सबसे,
जी
अगर प्रश्न है तो ठीक है, आप आ जाएंगे, लेकिन एक बहुत ही खूबसूरत एक वीडियो अवेलेबल है यूट्यूब पर,
जरूर जरूर
उसको जरूर देखिएगा। अगर पॉसिबल हो सके तो आप बेशक अभी देख लीजिए, स्टोरी ऑफ स्टफ, आप सब देखिएगा। उससे आपको पूरी सस्टेनेबिलिटी, आपका क्या हम इस वर्ल्ड में कर रहे हैं, वो सब इतना क्रिस्टल क्लियर आपके कॉन्सेप्ट्स कुछ हैं जो हो जाए और बहुत अच्छा लगेगा आपको। और देखिएगा, लगभग कल अगर वो कोई देखता है, मेरा तो ये दावा है कि कल सुबह उसका नजरिए में थोड़ा बहुत चेंज आए।
सर वो लिंक एक बार शेयर कर दीजिएगा।
हाँ, मैं अभी देखता हूँ, जब तक आप देख लीजिए, अगर कोई मिलता है तो, नहीं तो मैं आपको अभी नहीं कोई प्रश्न हो तो आई एम वेटिंग।
Sir, as of now, we cannot see any other questions, so you can share the link with the participants. Sir will be sharing the link of the video. Kindly wait. Meanwhile, I'll request all the participants again to come up with your views or any observation or any reflection from the address that he has given on this employability and the sustainable livelihood, because everyone talks about sustainability nowadays. It is a hot new topic. So accordingly, we can have number of points to be discussed, number of things that we want our students to know. Sir, your screen is visible.
मेरे पास आपको एक दिया, मैंने देखिएगा एक बार पहुंचा
अपनी सभी चीजों से लगा के, क्या तुमने कभी सोचा है कि ये सब चीजें कहाँ
So we can see your video.
मुझे इस पर हमेशा चंदा हुआ। किताबों के अनुसार सभी चीजें इन सीढ़ियों से गुजरती है। कच्चे माल से सामान बनाने से, सामान धोने से, सामान के इस्तेमाल से, सामान खरीदने तक, इस पूरे चक्र को मिलाकर देखते हैं सामान का अर्थशास्त्र। मैंने इसके बारे में ध्यान से खोज की। असल में मैंने पूरे संसार में 10 साल तक यात्रा की, ये पता लगाने के लिए कि हमारी ये चीजें कहाँ से आती हैं और कहाँ चली जाती हैं। जानते हो क्या पता लगा? बहुत सी
आया आपके पास नहीं आया?
आया सर।
कोई समस्या नहीं, पर सच है कि पूरा सिस्टम
Sponsor, kindly share the link in the chat box.
रेखा में काम करता है। हमारी धरती पर जहाँ संसाधन गिने चुने हैं, वहाँ पर यह सीधा चलने वाला सिस्टम लंबे समय तक काम नहीं करेगा। ये सिस्टम हर कदम तक असली दुनिया से जुड़ा है, असली दुनिया से उसका लेना देना है। ये विभिन्न समाजों, उनके कल्चर, अर्थव्यवस्था और वातावरण से जुड़ा है। पूरे रास्ते में इस सिस्टम पर मुश्किलें भी है, पर ये हमें दिखाई नहीं देती क्योंकि चित्र अधूरा है। तो आइए वापस चलते हैं, कुल खाली स्थान भरते हैं और ये पता लगाते हैं कि क्या गायब है। एक सबसे महत्वपूर्ण चीज जो दिखाई नहीं दे रही वो है लोग। हाँ, लोग जो रहते हैं और इस सिस्टम के साथ काम करते हैं। इस सिस्टम में कुछ लोगों की दूसरे लोगों के मुकाबले ज्यादा चलती है। ये कौन है? सरकार से शुरू करें। मेरे कुछ दोस्त कहते हैं कि सरकार दिखाने के लिए टैक्स का चित्र बनाना चाहिए। कई देशों के लिए ठीक भी है। वैसे भी हमारे देश में टैक्सों से हुई आमदनी का आधे से अधिक भाग मिलिट्री पर खर्च होता है। और मैं सरकार दिखाने के लिए आम आदमी का चित्र बना रही हूँ, क्योंकि मेरा मानना है कि सरकारें जनता के लिए, जनता की और जनता द्वारा चलाई जानी चाहिए। ये सरकार का काम है कि वह हमारे अधिकारों की रक्षा करे और हमारा ध्यान रखे। ये उनका काम है। ये है बड़ी कंपनियां। ये कंपनियां सरकार से बड़ी क्यों लगती हैं? क्योंकि असल में ये सरकार से बड़ी है। संसार की सबसे बड़ी पहली 100 अर्थव्यवस्थाओं में 51 अर्थव्यवस्थाएं प्राइवेट कंपनियों की हैं। जैसे जैसे ये कंपनियां ताकत में बढ़ती हैं, सरकार के रवैये में भी कुछ बदलाव आता है। सरकार की कोशिश रहती है कि नागरिकों की जगह इन कंपनियों के सामने कोई अड़चन न आए। देखें कि पूरी तस्वीर से और कौन से हिस्से गायब है। कच्चे माल को निकालना। हम कच्चे माल की प्रोडक्शन से शुरू करते हैं, जो कि प्राकृतिक संपदा को इस्तेमाल करने का एक नाम है। इसमें हम पेड़ों को काटते हैं, पहाड़ों को खोदकर अंदर से धातु निकालते हैं, साफ पानी का इस्तेमाल करते हैं और जानवरों को खत्म कर देते हैं। यहाँ पर हमारी पहली सीमा आ रही है। हमारे ये सभी संसाधन खत्म हो रहे हैं। हम इन सबका बहुत ज्यादा इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं। यह सब सुनने में अजीब सा लगता है, पर यह सच है और हमें इसका सामना करना पड़ेगा। पिछले 3 दशकों में हमने पृथ्वी के 1/3 प्राकृतिक संसाधनों को खर्च कर दिया है। हम इतनी तेजी से पेड़ काट रहे हैं, खोद रहे हैं और कूड़ा फेंक रहे हैं कि पृथ्वी की उस पर रहने वालों को संसाधन दे पाने की शक्ति खत्म होती जा रही है।
सर हम वो लिंक शेयर कर लेंगे इसका। हेलो सर, हाँ वो यूट्यूब लिंक थोड़ा शेयर कर
इसका
दीजिए।
लिंक दे देता हूँ मैं, इसको आप देख लीजिएगा।
प्राकृतिक संसाधन खर्च करें तो हमें 3 से 5 तक चाहिए है।
वक्त का एक सवाल आया।
मेरे देश अमेरिका ने
Yes, sir. There is one question in the chat box. Mr. Vaibhav is writing, according to a study by Verma and Verma, it is highlighted that there are insufficient digital teaching methodologies as one of the shortcomings of digital teaching learning. What should be done to tackle this in your view?
ये प्रश्न जो है काफी अच्छा है कि इनसफिशिएंट डिजिटल टीचिंग मेथोडोलॉजीज वो इस वजह से हैं, अभी लग रही है हमें कि अभी वो प्रैक्टिस में नहीं आई। और या अभी पिछले दिनों में एक और कॉन्फ्रेंस में था NIT, उसके अंदर उन्होंने मुझे वो साइट्स और वो चीज़ें दिखाई जो हमारी इस टीचिंग लर्निंग के अंदर काम करती हैं, जिसको हमें एक्सपोजर ही नहीं। अभी बहुत सारी चीज़ों को हमें अनवेल करना है, मतलब कि है अवेलेबल है लेकिन हमने उनका इस्तेमाल नहीं किया। हम उसको अभी कह सकते हैं कि नंबर कम है। ये आपकी बात से मैं सहमत हूँ कि वो नंबर कम है, लेकिन जो अवेलेबल हैं अभी हम देखिए जो आप कितना कितना मानती हैं कि जो ये हमारा कॉन्फ्रेंस के ये प्लेटफॉर्म्स हैं कितने पॉपुलर 3 या 4 नजर आते हैं, करीब करीब नहीं तो 100 से ऊपर लोग इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं। लेकिन पॉपुलैरिटी के हिसाब से आप कह सकती हैं कि वो दिखाई नहीं, इनसफिशिएंट इन कुछ सब्जेक्ट्स में हो सकते हैं, कुछ सब्जेक्ट्स में हो सकते हैं। जैसे अगर मैं आपको एक साइट बताऊं, MHRD का है वी लैब। MHRD ने एक आज से करीब 4 साल पहले डेवलप किया था, जिसमें जितने 7 या 8 IITs हैं, they have all put their digital contents, और उसमें सिर्फ डिजिटल कंटेंट्स खाली वीडियोस ही नहीं है, उसके अंदर बहुत सारे सेल्फ टू डू प्रैक्टिकल्स और क्विज प्रोग्राम्स भी हैं जो आपके साथ इंटरेक्ट करता है, ऐसे जैसे आप कम्युनिकेट कर रहे हैं अपने टीचर के साथ। आप देखिएगा एक बार, उसके अंदर बहुत सारी टूल्स उसके अंदर अवेलेबल है। कुछ फील्ड्स में है जिसमें मैं आपसे बिल्कुल सहमत हूँ कि कुछ फील्ड्स में है वो अब धीरे धीरे जैसे जैसे एडवांसमेंट होता चला जाएगा, ये एरिया भी है वो डेवलप हो जाएगा। शॉर्ट कमिंग्स कुछ उसमें है, बाकी आप टीचिंग लर्निंग का जो मैथडोलॉजी है, वो टीचिंग लर्निंग मैथडोलॉजी के अंदर भी अगर आप ये देखें, जो मोड ऑफ डिलीवरिंग लेक्चर हुआ करता था, वो अब कितना चेंज हो गया। बस वो है कि उसको ज्यादा प्रैक्टिस में जितना आ जाएगा, देखने को मिलेगा, उतना ही आपको ठीक लगेगा। क्योंकि मेरे पास बहुत सारे हम ये कंटेंट डेवलप करते हैं, तो हम करीब करीब 5-6 प्लेटफॉर्म्स पे देखा मैंने, बड़े ईज के साथ और बड़े इफेक्टिव और एफिशिएंट रिजल्ट्स दे रहे। एक बार आप एक्सप्लोर करें, बाकी आपसे सहमत हूँ कि वो नंबर्स में कम है, एरियाज वाइज। किसी एरिया में बहुत जबरदस्त भरा पड़ा है कंटेंट्स और मैथडोलॉजीज भी अच्छी है, और किसी किसी एरियाज में बहुत कम हो। इसको टैकल को, इस प्रॉब्लम को कैसे दूर करेंगे, वो हम एजुकेटर्स नहीं करना है, हमें ही उसका बीड़ा उठाना पड़ेगा। क्योंकि ये आपके क्लासरूम्स में आप अगर जैसे आप किसी उसमें हैं सब्जेक्ट में आप ऑनगोइंग कुछ पढ़ रहे हैं, तो अब भी आपका एक स्टार्टअप हो सकता है। आजकल तो एक इतनी अच्छी चीज़ आई है कि आपने एक अपना स्टार्टअप तैयार कर लिया और आपने ऑनलाइन क्लासेस, जो आपको लग रहा है कि इसमें टीचिंग मेथोडोलॉजी ऐसे नहीं ऐसे अच्छी हो सकती है, तो देखिए ये आपको एक और राह खोल रहा है आपकी लाइब्रेरी का, और आप इसमें अपने आप को और प्रूव करके अच्छा कर सकते हैं। तो हर ऑब्स्टेकल नहीं है, वो एक पाथ है,
अपॉर्चुनिटी भी साथ साथ है।
तो मैं मेरी बातों से तो कुछ सहमत हूँ।
अभी देयर आर स्कूल जहाँ पे 100% वर्चुअल रियलिटी एंड ऑगमेंटेड रियलिटी दोनों यूज कर रहा है। टेक्नोलॉजी कितना पहुंचे हम लोग तो अभी जस्ट एकदम बिगिनिंग फेज में है। आई हैव डन अ सेकेंडरी रिसर्च ऑन द यूज ऑफ VR and the AR in the K series of schools.
टेक्नोलॉजी तो इतनी एडवांस आ रही है कि अब आपको शायद कपड़े भी ना धोना पड़े।
इसी चक्कर में मैंने एक VR मशीन खरीद के लेसन प्लान भी बनाए थे सर, और उसी हिसाब से ऑडियंस भी चाहिए।
अब आपके 2 साल के अंदर आप देखिएगा AR VR कितना ज्यादा आपको दिखाई देगा।
यस यस,
VR तो लगभग आपको अब आपके घरों के लिए बन ही गए हैं। आपको पूरा घर का कमरे का फोटो खींचना है, बस उसका अंदर से ही बैठे बैठे बाहर से आपका सारा फर्नीचर सेट हो जाएगा।
अभी हम स्क्रीन में नहीं देख रहे होते, ऐसा लगता है हम साथ में बैठे हैं VR में।
हाँ, थोड़ा नंबर कम है नो डाउट, लेकिन धीरे धीरे जैसे जैसे बढ़ेंगे हम आगे बढ़ेगा। हाँ, हमारे क्षेत्र में जहाँ पर हम लोग हैं, जहाँ पर मतलब इंडिया की बात करूँ तो कुछ यूनिवर्सिटीज में, जैसे आपकी यूनिवर्सिटीज में बहुत अच्छा डेवलप हो रहा है, और IITs में तो वंडरफुल, दे आर डूइंग वंडरफुल जॉब। उनके स्टूडेंट्स जो है वो इसी काम में स्टार्टअप वगैरह ला रहे हैं। आप लोग भी इस अपॉर्चुनिटीज को ले सकते हैं। ये कम से कम एक लाइवलीहुड तो आज हम खड़ा करके जाएंगे इस वक्त।
सही।
Sir, here I am Manish. Actually, सब नेटवर्क लिस्ट में अपने आईडी से क्वेश्चन नहीं पूछ पा रही हूँ। सर मेरा क्वेश्चन फॉर लाइवलीहुड फॉर सस्टेनेबिलिटी इसका जो प्रारूप है वो क्लासरूम में किस तरह से हम किस तरह की एक्टिविटीज जनरेट करें तो हमारे स्टूडेंट्स, हमारे भावी टीचर्स जो है वो इसको यूटिलाइज कर सके और जो बेसिकली इंटरप्रेन्योर्स हमारा जो एरिया है, वी आर डेवलपिंग इंटरप्रेन्योर्स इन द क्लासरूम। तो किस तरह की एक्टिविटीज जो है वो आनी चाहिए जो बच्चे प्रैक्टिस करें और हम इन फ्यूचर जो है जो इस लाइवलीहुड का जो ये क्राइसिस है और इसको हम रिसोर्सेज को किस फॉर्म में यूज करें, तो ये सारा ट्रेनिंग जो है वो एक क्लासरूम से स्टार्ट होता है। फ्रॉम माय साइड जो मेरा रिव्यू, तो उसके हम किस तरह से जनरेट कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि हमारे साथ बहुत सारे ट्रेनिंग टीचर्स भी हैं और मे बी उनके लिए यूजफुल रहेगा कि क्लासरूम में ये प्रैक्टिस हम किस तरह की एक्टिविटीज या किस पेडागोजीज में हम किस तरह से प्रैक्टिस करें so that कि फ्यूचर में इसको हम ओवरकम कर सकें।
जहाँ तक मैं आपके प्रश्न को समझ पाया हूँ कि आप ये जानना चाह रहे हैं कि अपने क्लासरूम्स के अंदर हम ये लाइवलीहुड और ये सस्टेनेबल मॉडल को किस तरीके से रखें कि स्टूडेंट्स जो हैं वो इसको बेहतर तरीके से समझ के लाइवलीहुड की तरफ मुड़े और उसको टेकअप करें, यही कहना चाह रहे हैं?
जी सर।
उसके लिए सबसे ज़रूरी है मोहतरमा कि आपको डिग्निटी ऑफ वर्क, इस पहलू पे सबसे पहले ध्यान देना पड़ेगा कि कोई काम छोटा नहीं। हम लोग कंपेयर करने लग जाते हैं उसके आउटकम उसके पैसे से। कई बार कई चीज़ें बहुत छोटा रिजल्ट देती हैं लेकिन लॉन्ग रन में कम्युलेट होकर वो बहुत बड़ा रिजल्ट। तो जनरली अच्छे से अच्छा आइडिया लोग क्यों ड्रॉप कर देते हैं कि उसका आउटकम बहुत ज़्यादा है। इंस्टेंट जो रिजल्ट्स है ना, जो ये हमें 2 मिनट की मैगी खाने की आदत पड़ गई है, उसमें हमारी एजुकेशन के साथ भी बड़ा दिमाग हमारा हिला है। आज नौकरी मिले तो 50,000 की मिले, वरना तो नौकरी किसी काम की, और छोटी मोटी तो कोई नौकरी ऐसा नहीं। आपकी शुरुआत है, आप अपना शॉर्ट एनालिसिस कर लीजिए कि आप कहाँ पर अपना एक्सरे रखते हैं। एक्चुअल में हम अपनी तस्वीर अपने साथ नहीं रखते ना, इसलिए थोड़ी गलत फहमी हो जाती है कि हम किस काबिल हैं और हमें क्या हमारे को ऑफर है या क्या मिल रहा है, क्या अपॉर्चुनिटी हमारे बाजुओं में क्या कम है जिनको लेके हम चल सकते हैं। इसके लिए सबसे खूबसूरत एक्सरसाइज जो मैंने आपको शास्त्रीय कही इस वाक्य से है, डिग्निटी ऑफ वर्क, डिग्निटी ऑफ लेबर। इसको थोड़ा सा तवज्जो दे, पहली बुनियादी चीज ये। उसके बाद ये सारा का सारा जो कॉन्सेप्ट है ये ब्रेन स्टॉर्मिंग से चलता है। इसका कोई सेट फॉर्मूला नहीं कि आप एक फॉर्मूले से आप करने, क्योंकि आपकी क्लासरूम में डाइवर्सिटी है। पहले तो हम टीचर्स को ये मान लें, हम क्लासरूम में डाइवर्सिटी है, हमारी इंडिविजुअलिटी में डाइवर्सिटी। अब हमें उसकी जो उसके अंदर खूबियां हैं, नाकामियां हैं, वो उसको इन टोटलिटी लेना पड़ेगा। हतोत्साहित किसी को मत कीजिए। सबसे जरूरी ये है कि और शुरुआत कीजिए कि चलो आज मिलके ये काम करते हैं कि ऐसा क्या किया जाए। हम 50-20 लोग हैं कि हम कुछ ऐसी शुरुआत करें जो हमें कम फायदा पहुंचा रही हो लेकिन सोसाइटी को या दूसरे व्यक्ति को कुछ फायदा पहुंचा। वो मी फर्स्ट वाला कॉन्सेप्ट एक बार निकलेगा तो उसमें आपको देखिएगा कि कितनी चीजें हैं। मैं तो अभी अपने विद्यार्थियों को कहता हूँ कि पैसा हवा में उड़ रहा है, जिसकी हिम्मत तो पकड़, वास्तव में उड़ रहा है। आप एक छोटा सा YouTube चैनल बना के डेली 5-5 चीजें पोस्ट करते रहो, लोग भैंस को नहला नहला के इतने लाइक्स ले लेते हैं, पैसे कमाते हैं। हवा में पैसा नहीं है तो क्या है, लाइवलीहुड है तो ये तो क्या है। तो कोई भी चीज वो नहीं है, लेकिन गलत चीजें मत दिखाएं। आप एक ह्यूमर बना रहे हैं, एक खुशी दे रहे हैं कि आपको, हाँ एक आपने एक बना दिया। और कुछ ऐसे लड़के हैं जिन्होंने छोटी छोटी चीजें डेवलप करके कंसल्टेंसी वर्क शुरू कर दिया। एक अपॉर्चुनिटी का प्लेटफॉर्म है इंटरशाला। AICT का प्लेटफॉर्म है ये इंटरशाला, और इसमें करीब करीब नहीं तो 10,000 से ज्यादा अपॉर्चुनिटीज अवेलेबल है हर सेगमेंट के। आपके अंदर जिस चीज में काबिलियत है आप उसके अंदर आप अपने आप को मैंने डिस्कस की, ले लो 1-2 मॉडल ऐसे हंसते खेलते ले लो, रात को सोते बैठ के उसको एक बार देख लो और उसके बाद क्लिक कर जाए तो आगे बढ़ जाओ। तो इस तरह की एक्सरसाइजेज जितनी भी चीजें हैं, जैसे अभी पीछे किन्होंने पूछा था प्रश्न, वैभव ने पूछा था किन्होंने कि वो शॉर्ट कमिंग्स है, शॉर्ट कमिंग्स नहीं हमने एक्सप्लोर नहीं करा, वो शॉर्ट कमिंग्स संसार में नहीं है, वो शॉर्ट कमिंग्स हमारी खोज में। मतलब एक मेरा जो पर्सपेक्टिव, अगर मैं नहीं जानता हूँ चीज को, नहीं मेरे हाथ में लगी, इसका मतलब नहीं वो अवेलेबल है, वो है, लेकिन मुझे उसका रास्ता नहीं पता कि वो कहाँ अवेलेबल है, उसको मुझे खोज ही बनना पड़ेगा। उसी तरीके से ये लाइवलीहुड वाला कॉन्सेप्ट है, सस्टेनेबिलिटी का कॉन्सेप्ट है, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप का कॉन्सेप्ट है, ये हर क्षण अवेलेबल है, हर पग पे अवेलेबल है, हर स्टेप पे अवेलेबल है, बस आपको देखना है और उसको एक बार टेकअप करना है। छोटा बड़ा मत देखिए, एक बार टेकअप करके अपनी जो स्टूडेंट लाइफ है उसके अंदर तो आप सैकड़ों प्रैक्टिकल कर डालिए चलते चलते, तो देखिए आपको ये धीरे धीरे चीजें कितना कॉन्फिडेंस क्रिएट कर देंगे। और एक बार आप वो देखिए ना, एग्जांपल्स देखिए जो बिग टाइकॉन्स है, ये आपका फ्लिपकार्ट वाला कहाँ बैठ के क्या बेचा करते थे लोग, आपके बिल गेट्स साहब कहाँ से शुरुआत की, मतलब वी हैव रोल मॉडल विद अस, लेकिन बस ये है कि जज्बा और पैशन और जुनूनियत उस दर्जे की चाहिए, तो परचम आप लहरा देंगे, इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं, बस डिस्कस करते रहिए, दिल मिले ना मिले गुफ्तगू करते रहिए, हाथ मिलाते रहिए, कुछ ना कुछ चर्चाएं करते रहिए, कुछ ना कुछ निकलेगा।
बिल्कुल सर।
मेरा तो ये मानना, मैं तो यही करता हूँ।
सर मिस्टर वैभव जी, गो ऑन मैम।
सर बेसिकली कि हमें हिस्ट्री को भूलना नहीं है मोटिवेशन के लिए, और वर्क एंड ड्यूटीज को प्रमोट करना है क्लास में, सो दैट स्किल्स हम हर बच्चे के अंदर है, हर इंडिविजुअल पर है, बस उसको फाइंड आउट करके क्लासरूम से बाहर लेकर आना, मे बी
फाइंड आउट भी करना है, और उसके साथ साथ जो 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 क्या कहते हैं कुछ नई चीजें भी देंगे, मतलब कि करके देखो एक्सपेरिमेंट, कोई बात नहीं, अब पकड़ा दीजिए ड्राइंग की चीजें या आप कुछ भी वो हैंडमेड चीजें बनाने को दे दीजिए करें, आइए 5-10 लोग मिलके ना आर्ट एंड क्राफ्ट का शो लगाते हैं, या कुछ भी बना डालो, आजकल तो हर एक चीज मॉडर्न आर्ट के नाम पे अच्छी लगती है।
आजकल अमेज़न में कंडे मिलते हैं, जो गोबर का कंडे है।
जी डॉक्टर साहब,
आजकल अमेज़न में जो मैंने हरियाणा में देखा है, जो गोबर को कंडे बोलते हैं ना, जो बनाते हैं,
हाँ जी हाँ जी,
वो अमेज़न में मिलता है आजकल फाइन पैकेजिंग के साथ।
हाँ एक्चुअली यहाँ पर दूर दराज इलाकों में जिनको कभी किसी चीज की आवश्यकता, मैं कहता हूँ हर चीज अवेलेबल है, पैसा हवा में है, चीजें आपको रखनी है, दिखेंगी, और एक सोच बनाइए, आप एक छोटा सा एक वर्कशॉप बना डालिए कि इसमें लाइए इकट्ठा करते हैं तो सामान, और आप देखिए ना इंस्टॉलेशंस कितनी बड़ी सुंदर सुंदर चीजों की बना रखी है। एक महाशय है वो चंडीगढ़ में, आपने सबने नाम सुना होगा, नेक चंद जी का, कप प्लेट टूटे कप प्लेटों को इकट्ठा किया, पूरे कूड़ा करकटों से उन्होंने पूरा गार्डन बना डाला, जिसको रॉक गार्डन के नाम से फेमस है, दुनिया जाती है देखने। उनसे मैं मिला था करीब करीब 15-20 वर्ष पहले, उनके यहाँ पे गया था, वो खुद उस कुटिया में रहते थे। तो ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, आपको बस एक करेज, एक जज्बा लाना, मतलब वो बैरियर्स जो थोड़ी सी है ना वो तोड़नी पड़ेगी, झिझक,
संकोच खत्म करना पड़ेगा,
एक्सपेरिमेंट्स करने पड़ेंगे। अब आप वो जमाना नहीं रहा कि आप वो करेगा सीख जाएंगे या नहीं, ऐसा नहीं, दिमाग में जो चीजें पक रही हैं उसको सामने लीजिए। 2 जगह चीजें बहुत अच्छी पकती हैं, एक कुकर में और एक दिमाग में। तो वो सारी की सारी जो कुकर में पकती है वो तो दिखाई देती है, लेकिन दिमाग वाले का पता ही नहीं चलता क्या पक गया और क्या कहाँ से।
थैंक यू सर।
सर मिस्टर वैभव wants to know one more thing. उन्होंने एक स्टडी कोट की है फ्रॉम Indian Journal of Education Technology. He was referring to this particular study in reference to insufficient digital technology. Further, He wants to know that what can be done about the reduced practical skills and knowledge that the digital teaching learning lacks. Because of digital thing, many of the students, they are not at all good in their practical aspects. So he wants to know uska impact kya hai digital technology ka on the reduced teaching, on the reduced practical skills.
नहीं, बहुत अच्छा प्रश्न है और ये कुछ एरियाज में तो बहुत खतरनाक है। अब मान लीजिए कि सीएनसी ऑपरेशन आप जब तक फिजिकली नहीं करेंगे, सिस्टम पे बैठ के उसको बनता हुआ देख लिया, ऑपरेट करता हुआ देख लिया, ऐसे काम नहीं। बहुत सारी चीजें हैं कि जब तक आप उसको छुएंगे, आपसे सहमत हूँ बिल्कुल कि जो प्रैक्टिकल की स्किल है, जहाँ जहाँ रिक्वायर्ड है, जहाँ पे प्रैक्टिकल ओरिएंटेड जो एरियाज हैं, वहाँ पे प्रैक्टिकल होना जरूरी है। बस आप जो उसका थ्योरी के कॉन्सेप्ट्स हैं उनको आप डिजिटल वे में जरूर ग्रहण करें, लेकिन उसका प्रैक्टिकल करना बहुत लाजमी है। उसको आप डिजिटल के थ्रू नहीं कर पाएंगे फिर, क्योंकि वो जो डिजिटल के थ्रू करेंगे, आप अगर मान लो कि उसको लाइटर वे में दीजिएगा, ज़्यादा सीरियस मत हो जाइएगा कि अगर मेडिसिन फील्ड का बंदा ऑपरेशन ऐसे ऑनलाइन सीख लिया तो आप समझ तो प्रैक्टिकल की चीज़ों के लिए तो प्रैक्टिकल होना पड़ेगा। डॉक्टर को ऑपरेशन जो है वो अपना जो डेड बॉडीज हैं उसके ऊपर जो प्रैक्टिस की जाती है वो करनी पड़ेगी। और उसी तरीके से सीएनसी हो गई, बहुत सारी चीज़ें हैं जिसको आप जब तक प्रैक्टिकली नहीं करेंगे तब तक आपकी स्किल है ही नहीं। आपके पास नॉलेज है, आपके पास नो है, हाउ टू डू नहीं है, अपने हाथ से नहीं कर पाएंगे। आपको पता है कि इस तरीके से होगा, नो इट, बट हाउ टू डू इट उसमें आप लैक करेंगे, फिर आपको स्किलफुल नहीं कहा सकते। आपको नॉलेजेबल कह सकते हैं, स्किलफुल कहने में थोड़ी मेरे को हिचकिचाहट है। होप मैं आपको प्रश्नों का उत्तर दे पाया।
बिल्कुल सर, एक लाइन जिससे कि आपका पूरा जो एड्रेस है वो ऐप है, हिम्मत बताई नहीं जाती है, दिखाई जाती है। जो भी आपने कहा है, whatever everyone has something or somewhere कुछ ना कुछ special characteristic. We as a teacher, we as an educator just need to find that particular thing and to give them a ray of light to follow so that वो खुद से ही अपना bright future explore कर सकते हैं. So is there any other doubt from anyone's side? Sir has posted the YouTube video link in the chat box. We'll share this in the WhatsApp as well.
शायद आपको अच्छा लगे, हमको काफी चीजें समझ में भी आएंगी।
Right.
ये
जैसे
मैं
सर ने
इसमें था, IIM में था, कहाँ पर था, देर रिकमेंडेड कि आप इसे देखिए, तो मैं ये चीज आगे शेयर कर देता हूँ। यही टीचर का काम।
जी बिल्कुल
तो
बिल्कुल।
अच्छी चीजें हमें बांट देनी।
Right. ज्ञान बांटने से बढ़ता है सर। आप ये वीडियो देखिएगा, जैसा सर ने बोला था कि आपका नजरिया चेंज हो जाएगा। So with this motive, kindly watch this video. Link has been shared in the chat box. We'll share this in the WhatsApp group as well. Thank you so much, sir. This was the one of the most discussion based session in our 5 days workshop. इतना discussion on the very minute and relevant things अभी तक 1 या 2 ही session में हुआ. So thank you so much for this thing. Whatever you have discussed, whether it was minutest thing related to NEP, related to livelihood, related to human capital, and n number of things, you have covered each and everything in a nutshell. Thank you very much, sir. And we can see number of compliments for you, sir, in the chat box. So once again, thank you very much, sir, for taking out your time for us from your busiest schedule, sir. Thank you, sir.
आप सबका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। मैं यूनिवर्सिटी और डॉक्टर साहब का और सब पैनलिस्ट का, पार्टिसिपेंट्स का धन्यवाद करता हूँ।
Thank you so much, sir.
बातचीत हुई, कुछ फ्रूटफुल रही, हमने आपस में एक दूसरे से बहुत कुछ सीखा। एक सॉक्रेटिस साहब का एक कोट हमेशा मैं अपने दिमाग में रखता हूँ जब भी मैं क्लास में जाता हूँ। उसमें मैं वो यही कहा करते थे, ये मेरा क्लोजिंग रिमार्क्स कि आई कांट टीच यू एनीथिंग बट आई कैन मेक यू थिंक। तो इन्हीं शब्दों से आप सबका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Dear participants, we have pasted the assessment link and feedback link in the chat box. You can take 10 minutes time to fill these things. I would request IP sir to kindly pause this session. Kindly stop the session after 10 minutes, not now, sir. Once again, thank you very much to all the panelists, faculty member, and dear participants. Thank you so much.